All right, and good morning. Welcome to the Michigan Law Show. My name is David Helm. I am a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan, and I do this for fun. Today we have day two of the Letecia Stauch case. We had opening statements yesterday, which were interesting. Depending on how long it takes for the court to get going today, we might actually review the defense opening statement. I found it ineffective, I guess is the most polite way to say it. It was definitely ineffective. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, Leah. Am I pronouncing your name right, by the way? I've been pronouncing it that way for a while, and someone said the other day that it might be wrong. I am currently trying to monitor the court feed to make sure we go live when they start. And so that's what I'm doing at the moment. So I found it extremely ineffective. My summary of the opening statements from the state was straight to the point, talked about the injuries, talked about the timeline, talked about the defendant's changing stories and her actions over those various weeks. Leela, okay. Leela. All right, I'll pronounce it correctly, hopefully, going forward. And it was short and sweet and right to the point. I think it took less than 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I can't remember exactly. Actually, I might be able to look it up. It was 21 minutes was the opening statement for the state. Then the defense went. And, oh my God, I have no idea what he was thinking, what the defense attorney was thinking. Started off by saying, acknowledging the jury questionnaires and that many of them were biased towards the defendant already. Didn't necessarily buy the idea that that she was insane at the time, and then said, "Hey, we lost. She's guilty. Let's go. Let's leave," and started walking towards the door. It was just, I get what he was going for. It just came off really bad. Then he, instead of hammering the facts of the case or the elements or what the jury is going to hear during the trial, he went off on a spiel about how important it is for the jury to start with the presumption of innocence, which it is. But again, the presentation of it was sorely lacking, I guess, in my estimation. It could have been presented so much better. Eventually, he did get to the defense, which is insanity. He talked about Miss Stauch suffering from multiple personality disorder or dissociative personality disorder. I can't remember what the new name is. Anyways, multiple personalities. And it was the other personality that did the murders. But then also talked about seeing demons and seeing a demon in Gannon and that sort of thing. Just checking the court feed. So I'm not sure where exactly she's going. I don't find, in my general knowledge of psychology, I don't find the two being connected. I feel like that's two different sort of mental health issues. And so maybe they're just saying it's one or the other. I'm not quite sure. We have one of my listeners sent me actually a report from the DSM, description of essentially what her mental health disorder is. And it's identified by it's characterized by two or more distinct personality states, which is kind of what we assumed it would be. However, in this person's experience, the one who sent me the note, people tend to not, or people tend to remember what they're doing in these states. It's not like they have no memory of it whatsoever. It's highly unlikely that this woman actually suffers from it, especially with the seeing of the demons is more like a psychotic episode, not really associated with multiple personalities. I'm going to call it multiple personalities because I have a hard time with the other word. But yeah, it's just very weird. Maybe bipolar disorder with psychotic episodes. Yeah, actually, I know somebody with a psychotic disorder or with bipolar. I think it's bipolar 1 with underlying mania, and he literally has no memory of things that he does, but he's not acting normally, and then is just sort of out of it in a split second. There's signs. There's definitely signs. You can kind of see it approaching. Bipolar 1 with mania and underlying psychosis or something like that. And so you can kind of see it coming. And yeah, it's really bad, but I don't, again, based off of the actions that that this defendant took, I don't really see her being I don't know, guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't see that being a viable option. I don't see the jury buying that. She was looking in a mirror when she saw the demon. Yeah, that's for sure. She definitely was. And again, it doesn't really, it doesn't correlate, especially with the aftermath. The messages, the text messages that she said, the statements that she made. I mean, I guess I haven't seen her interviews though. I haven't seen, like, have they released her police interrogation interviews? I'm wondering if we've had a chance to review that ahead of time. Again, I'm kind of coming at this case a little cold. I know the story. I thought it was an interesting case. The court was up. It had video feed, and I have a different feed that's going to be able to, I'll show it now. I'm going to be able to pull the screen a lot bigger, I think, so that we can actually see her and see the court feed a little better. This would be, the judge would be here, I think, and I don't know, maybe there's another camera feed, but I can move these around with this setup, so that'll be a lot better for today's stream than yesterday. Yeah, I haven't seen hers. I've seen, like, I've watched Sarah Boone's. I've watched a number of police interviews, and I haven't seen hers, so I don't think they're out there. Yes, and they don't like to diagnose people now with it. They will diagnose people with symptoms consistent with this or that, but they don't actually diagnose, at least that's my understanding. They don't actually diagnose people with, you know, you have bipolar, you have symptoms of bipolar, you have symptoms of this or that. So they don't really diagnose people. And, you know, things are ever changing in people's minds. It's sort of a soft science, if I may state that. Good morning. And Tara, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name wrong either. Tara, anyways. But let's go over, while we're waiting for the court, let's take another look at, hey, from Denmark. Nice to see you here. I've been to Copenhagen several times, but not much further than that. I've seen the mermaid and I've eaten a red hot dog. The red hot dogs are the best.
Thank you. Defense?
Let's look at the opening statements, this mess. I tried to zoom it in a little bit as well.
Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. As a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome. When people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about
Something like
insanity.
attacking the jury from the get-go.
What do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch, who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has. It's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information.
Let's talk about how horrible the evidence is
Photos
going to be
you're gonna
against
see.
my client.
For a general audience. Go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos.
Morning, Kim. We are, just for people who are joining us, we're
You're gonna see
reviewing the
photos of
defense
when
opening
Gannon was
statement from
brought out of
yesterday.
the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case. Awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause.
There's something going on with his microphone. It's weird. It doesn't happen with the judge. I thought these pauses were the audio feed, but they're not.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tellini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times. Hundreds of witnesses and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now
I'm
and
stuck.
just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch.
I feel like he's trying to justify why he's there. And please don't hate me. I'm
And
just
I
doing
know
my job.
People will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stauch? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights.
Possibly, but he's not hammering that.
war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old
Yeah, he
school
does.
laws,
Out the gate, he
presumption
sounds
of
defeated.
innocence, right to remain silent. Stuff that comes
He's like,
all the
yeah, I
way
already
back
lost.
from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media.
What he's saying is true. He's just not saying it in a
I
very
get it. We've
artful
lost.
or impassioned way.
Mr. Cellini, we lost. Stout,
Looks like
We
court's
lost.
getting going. We might have to cut this
we
short.
have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law.
Hang on. Hang on. All right, we're going live. Sorry, I had to cut that off. But jury is walking into the courtroom, and we're going to be going live. We'll finish it up. I'm going to do a full stream, just reviewing the
courtroom.
the-
Oh, thank you.
those four.
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
They oh, the juror's coming in. They had the camera panned back so you could see her, and then they zoomed in, so we can't see her. She's off over here in this section. I don't know. Well, can you guys see it? I forgot there's a delay. She's off to the right of the screen. Good morning, everyone. Oh, speaking of, the mermaid is a disappointment. Well, you know, you've never been to Denmark before. You see the Little Mermaid. But I did see Hamlet's castle and toured that and found the bathroom and all kinds of fun stuff in the castle. So that was a lot of fun. It's so we should just start and jump right into it today. I'm not sure who their first witness is. They do have a lot of witnesses on the list. And just because they're first on the witness list doesn't mean that they're going to be called first. So we'll see.
I can hear him back there, so. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the day, as we will every day from here on out, with a question. Has anything occurred since we were
It's
last
because of
together
me.
that causes any of you to believe that you
They
could
adjusted
not
the cameras,
continue
but
to
I
serve
also
as a fair and
adjusted my
impartial
feed
juror in this
so they can
case?
enlarge it.
If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, yesterday, we finished the day with the opening statements of both the prosecution and the defense. At this point in time, the prosecution will be calling their witnesses. Mr. Allen, call your first witness, please. Mr. Stauch, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Oh, the ex-husband. Leading off with a big witness.
Mr. Stauch, if you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you. How will you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the record?
Al Stauch, and that's Stauch, and Gannon's father.
Al, I wanted to start by talking a little bit about
You may.
people's exhibit. What is people's exhibit number one?
That's my boy.
Gannon? I move for admission of people's exhibit one.
Defense? Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I would object to it.
Trying to pump the
I
volume.
can't see it.
It's just,
Okay. We need to take it down, though, if it's all right.
It's as loud as I can get it.
I want to have you tell the jury a little bit about your son. How old was he when you lost him?
He's 11.
How was he born?
September 29th, 2008.
Speak up. The lawyer needs to speak up.
No, he was 4 months early. 1 pound and 6 ounces.
Who is Gannon's mother?
Landon Hyatt. Oh, I think her name's Bullard now. Landon Bullard.
Were you married with Landon when Gannon was born?
I was, yes.
Gannon have a little sister?
Yes. Lena.
Straight for the jury, how big Gannon was? First got the whole.
Yeah, so as I said, he was born on September 29th, and it was about a month after that. I think it was October 20th. I got to hold him for the first time, and that's how big he was right there. And the last time I ever got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well. 6 months after he died.
Was he in the hospital for a short amount of time after?
Yeah, I believe we brought him home in January. If I remember correctly, towards the end of January or sometime in January of 2009. So about 3.5 months in the hospital.
Did he have any issues that he had to overcome?
Yeah, early on he had a lot of lung issues. Actually, while he was in the hospital, he had quite a number of surgeries. Hernia, he had some, like I said, I think it was lung collapse one time. So he had a chest tube, also was on a feeding tube, and a lot of things that go along with being a preemie. After that, he did take a while to overcome his lung issues. He had pneumonia and RSV, I think at the same time at one point. The only two long lasting things he had from it, he just had some stomach issues where he had trouble going to the bathroom, and then he did have ADHD.
Was he, did he sort of lag in size to kids similarly?
Not really. I mean, other than at his birth, obviously he was very, very small, 1 pound, 6 ounces. But once he caught up, I think we held him back a grade or a year just to allow that and him to catch up a little bit in size. But No, you couldn't tell any difference with the fifth graders the year he died. So
Where was he?
South Carolina, Florence, South Carolina.
When did you all move to?
I moved to Colorado in February of 2019. My Tisha and the kids had come a month earlier. I was stationed in Alaska prior to that. So
What did Gannon like to do so far?
oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So
Up on your witness stand,
Mhm.
You should also have the binders.
yes, sir.
It's going to get a little crowded up. Small camera there. Stand in front of me. Stand there too. Like that. Should be the first exhibit.
Yes.
What is Keegan's exhibit?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
If we're going to have any of the,
Defense, exhibit number 2 will be admitted.
if we're going to have any of issues with
Uh,
microphones, I'd rather hear the witness over the attorney. So at least we have that.
Oops. There you go.
Where was that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So how old was Lena at this point?
2012, so 6.5. Yeah, right. Thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of, being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the-
I'm not doing anything with the comments.
Oh, I obviously, as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just gonna miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister, and one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away, so that was kind of the theme for us: just be with your sister and be together.
were you-
I don't think we know why the mother didn't have custody. At least I don't.
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when I met her and went out with her and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Lana?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her?
She did.
You
Harley.
move in that binder to people's exhibit number 3. That picture of her?
Sure is.
Picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time move for admission of people. Okay.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was. somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina. So she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina,
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
when did you and the defendant get?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
You identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's wearing?
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket.
I wish they were showing her in the
Black.
stream.
All right, that's the correct reflection.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work now.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about what guard is
Typically, yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty.
you said that before.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even in starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sure.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017.
Is okay. To the last.
Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there, I had my two children with me, Lena and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit. When
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her. And that was the initial agreement.
when you said she, just so the record is clear, you're talking about when.
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
At some point,
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
I don't know. I saw
just a moment ago,
the list. I'll have to look it up.
item 2, so I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
When did you move to Colorado?
I moved me individually. I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here beginning of January, getting a house set and everything.
She is on the list, but I don't know if they're going to call her.
The defendant. Yeah.
You may.
I don't think they have the courtroom microphones that are used for court transcripts hooked up to this system. I think that's the issue. Because obviously you can hear the judge and the witness, but you can't hear the attorney standing at the lectern. So
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
you just need
Yes,
to
that
stand
looks like
there.
a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is that the Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of People's Exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tellini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February. So
February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a 2-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor to basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Or also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furniture was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I call it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as
What was the bedroom that you
well. On the main floor,
and then was there a level above that?
negative,
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
the basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon, when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then kid bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen,
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, laundry room. So
And then what about downstairs?
downstairs was, as soon as you come down the stairs to the left was the I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement, and then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit? People's 5 through 12, and just give me a heads up.
This prosecutor has to speak up some.
Okay,
What are those photos of?
just different viewpoints of the house. You want me to go through specifically?
Yeah, so are the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence?
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So People's Exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, that would be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door. Yes.
People's Exhibit 6, what is that?
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left, and then a view of the living room.
She's not even
That's
looking at him on the
walking
stand.
into the house farther. You can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is. Same thing. It's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom. As soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Are those all fair and accurate representation of those areas of the home that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Remove from issue people's 5 feet. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second though.
Are people commenting on Facebook and they're not going through?
All right, go ahead.
Or are people just being quiet?
So it's the front, area of the garage going up and down.
It is.
Moving on to table 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended pointer on behind it.
No.
Other side. Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes. Okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and nothing is. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us, that the furthest you're from, you can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I use as my closet actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. Able to exhibit number 7? Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yeah, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing. Here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah. So right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living.
Oh, hang on, guys. Let me back this up a touch.
There might be a person on the couch.
Yeah, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing. Here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around that corner there.
Yeah, you have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us, and this little bit of window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
If you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet,
Right.
but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom. And then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here, and then into that through that door would be into the garage.
Yes, essentially, it's
People's
like
12?
almost like
that
self-defense.
is
You're
the
saying, yes, I
garage.
did it, but
Whose
I have an
car is parked there in
excuse,
that
so
garage?
therefore
That
you can't
was the
hold me
car that belongs to
criminally liable.
Harley.
What kind
And
of car
that's
is that?
essentially what
It's
she has to say.
Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Well,
Looks like maybe
essentially,
somebody's a woodworker.
the state has to
Somebody.
prove, one, that
Who's
she
that?
did it, and two,
I
that she
tried. I
wasn't
don't know if I could claim to
insane.
be
So the
an
burden's
actual
still on the
woodworker, but I
state.
give it my best shot. So
So that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff.
yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was just to my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, I actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom, and I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that, but it's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting right over there. Yeah,
Okay. So you would make some furniture
yeah, some
and then also cutting boards.
cutting boards and stuff like that. Yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again.
Okay.
Should be the next exhibit, number 34. You see it there?
This is going to be a lot of foundational evidence
I
for this
have
witness.
13 is next.
So flip all the way to
Flip to 34. Okay.
Yeah.
This witness
Yes,
is going
sir.
to set the entire
Is that a
stage
photo
for
of
the
the table
trial.
that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
The
Do you wanna
screen
move
from the
permission
court has a
and
little
permission
lag
to
in it.
publish People's 34.
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
No, it's definitely the stream.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here, it's red and blue one, and colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container, it was gray. Built that out with that wood.
They're going to connect
So
that
you
OSB to
used
the
a
wood they
term that I'm not
found.
familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB, what does that mean?
OSB,
Gannon's
it's
blood
like
on.
plywood, different types of plywood. It's
Okay.
a generic term.
Okay.
For it. Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31.
Okay.
And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through,
31.
thank you.
She's not looking up from the table at all. You see her over there on the far right.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20,
I'm sorry.
and
Yeah.
21. I think there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
It's the court's using their system that they have set up for virtual hearings. They don't have professional cameras, media cameras in the room.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there.
So I don't know
Describe
what they're
we're
doing.
looking at there.
So if you can see over here, there's carpet. This is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
They do have
People's
another camera
number
feed,
14.
but it's not live. It's at the top of the screen. It's a little black box, but it's not live. So
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
forgot
what
to
they're
mention
doing.
the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs, and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, it's, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So,
Would the kids spend time on their own down there?
oh yeah, a lot. Because again, you can see his Nintendo Switch right here. That was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's
you
hard
can-
to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah,
Yep.
so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner.
She's a
I guess it
cruel
would have been the
coward from
northwest corner of
what
the
I've heard so
basement. I don't
far.
know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually have to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night. So I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So I mean, I
The
get
judge
off.
is
I
on the
don't
left,
think I
by
got
the
off
way.
early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And it was 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA. And I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No,
How old was Harley at that time?
she would have been, let's see, 5102. So she was 17,
old was
approaching
Ga-
18,
How old was Gannon
11.
and Lena?
Lena was her birthday's in January. So sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8. She had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I
Right.
was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify. I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some
Okay.
point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area, and this is when I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you'd have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah, now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here.
Wish we
That's
could
how
see
you
the
get into
exhibits.
Gannon's room.
People's
It's really
21.
disappointing.
So Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment.
Screen up. We can't even see it.
Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
They're going to establish the entire timeline, the activities of the events, just about everything. They're going to establish either foundation or direct evidence
So
for this
21 is on
crime
the screen
with
behind you
this
now.
witness. It's going to be a
Okay.
long witness.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed, and as I mentioned before, you can see the remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here. There's that table that I built for him for his toys. And then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room, as we're looking at it to the right. This was a storm well or whatever.
Kind
I
of like
remember
listening
we
to
were
a
in the
book,
basement, and I believe
book
there was a
on
ladder in
tape.
this one going
rather.
up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay.
Or if you're a
Is that
guy, I guess, a
essentially
sporting
what
event on
Gannon's
the
room
radio.
looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room, so.
Was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the,
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but
okay. People's Exhibit 23? Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right, yeah, be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
so now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called as when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So
Okay. And then People's 23?
yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something.
Yeah, I was
From the
noticing
defendant
that
about
as
the
well.
burn
They're sitting very
downstairs.
far away from her. She's not
Was there a
engaging
point in
with them at
time
all.
when you learned that he was
Very
missing?
odd. She's like sitting in a corner.
Yes, I was
It's
in
very weird.
Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home by the street lights. So we just implemented that, and he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions
Okay.
about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
From what I
And what
understand, they
day
are
was that
court
that you heard
appointed.
this information?
This would have
I
been
don't know if
Monday,
they're
so
the
I believe it was the 27th.
only
27th.
attorney she's had, though.
Do you know if he went
I
to
think
school
they
on
are.
the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
no, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos
Okay.
saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically
Yeah, father had
without
full
looking
custody from what I
when
understand.
that conversation started. But
Bio
it
mom
was,
had
it was already
holidays
in
and
the evening
weekends.
where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant
Mhm.
because of stomach issues. And then sometime in the evening, you learn that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come
Had
home.
not come home.
And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So
It's interesting. I thought he was
to your
already
memory,
scheduled to be home
the
that day.
defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew. He would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Nope, not right now.
All
Yeah,
right.
so let's get into all of her
there
wild
was
stories.
that, and so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically, you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back to, well, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs, I don't remember, to be
Okay.
honest, but I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So do you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. She have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my,
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
we went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive
Oh, does she have one?
at that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen T1.
Okay. What color was it?
I have
Black.
no idea.
Okay. What did she actually?
But he would
pick you
need
up in at
leave.
the airport?
We didn't get
Like I
permission to
said earlier,
leave.
she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue and a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, can't get a hold of her. And then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I'm sure, I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
Did she actually then come out to Colorado?
she did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time, she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
When she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627 Manhattan
Okay.
Drive.
Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just gonna speak.
Right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point, then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? And I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her. The defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on.
That's a
in,
proper
the
objection.
defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify
That's-
as to what she was
that's a good
thinking at the
objection.
time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as
Yes,
to what
Dad
she
is on the
said.
stand right now.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
He did. Absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week.
It's not what you were
I
asking.
don't remember exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
The prosecutor
26
was
isn't
not
been
asking
admitted
that.
yet.
He was asking why she moved out. And it's
I
clear
move
she
for
didn't
admission
express that,
of
or else he would have asked.
21 through
Oh, you're right.
31.
That's right. Yep, I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right, what is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay, so did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell,
It's
but
hard to tell. I mean, that, you mean be specific here? I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it, and I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this
Yes,
another view
I
of
like
that
his
same
voice.
closet?
Yes, so that would have been my sweater. I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like, you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir, there were other people helping her.
Okay.
You know, after so many crazy trials,
And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28.
these questions are proper. This is how questions should be coming
What
from
is
a
this?
prosecutor, by the way. They're
So
not
this was
leading,
Harley's room.
they're walking
and,
through a story.
The door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29.
These are all proper questions, except for
And
the
that's walking into
speculative
her
one.
closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley.
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's
Those are
belongings?
Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out, the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now, Judge. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones
All three of us did, yes, sir.
with separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir, it was like the kid's phone, yes, sir.
What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay, so 843 area code.
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, and then the last four, 6724.
6724,
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, do you know who the cell phone provider
It was
was?
AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
Just all foundational
During the
stuff,
course of the
evidence that's coming in later.
investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
Or
I had
even,
I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
or even the Alexander
Titan?
Murdaugh trial,
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you
or
said
any
what
of the
year was
trials
it?
we've watched
I
lately.
believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver,
Was it white maybe?
maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue.
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my
Okay.
name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her
Glad you're here
normal
live with
Tiguan
us.
vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, so, because I asked, it brings back memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her, any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy.
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones. So Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to
Actually
get
had
into
a-
now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her.
Step parents are allowed to physically
How would you
discipline
describe
or
the
otherwise
relationship?
discipline
Was it a
children.
loving
just so everyone
relationship?
knows,
What was it?
At,
but not
Um,
abuse them.
at what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. You know, I didn't have custody of the kids at that point. So we were a little bit more free and things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her,
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
Are they going to get into the weird family dynamics
When
here?
did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house, and it was I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August,
Of what
something
year?
like that, 2014.
Probably best if they skip that from a prosecutor's perspective.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I
skipped
took
right
my
past
commission
it.
June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, made it up to Sergeant First Class, E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. As soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic.
Put a lot of
officer
trust
course,
in
not
her.
to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
Very
So
sad
I
what
went there.
resulted.
I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to
The
visit?
defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
The defendant looks bored. It's not a good sign to present, or a good way to present yourself to the jury.
When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska? If you
Uh,
can tell us.
Yeah, so I mean, I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard.
Okay.
Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah, so when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument in
Yes, sir.
2017?
In 20. Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
Well,
on
I
a
can't
specific-
ask you leading questions, so I
Okay.
got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
yes, I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about
It's the prosecutor who
taking the
knows his
job in
place on
Alaska.
leading questions.
that was it's a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supported, but all indications were no.
Was that the sort of the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes,
When
sir.
when this fight occurred?
Yes, sir. In the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay, did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever. Just said, I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication in those. I did talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while. But she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. There would have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but
Did the defendant ever tell you, did you say something, Judge?
No.
Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So.
Give Alaska back
yeah,
to Russia?
Just give it to them.
Okay.
Because it's so bad up there.
She sounds like a winner. Complains about it a lot, doesn't want to be with him, hates Russia or hates Alaska.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
There's not a proper
Well, you can-
foundation
Absolutely.
for that.
In this time period that we're talking about where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
By the, that's what, her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 404B.
Council approach, please.
Okay, so the defense doesn't like this. So this is proper direct examination for the first time since I've been streaming cases, which is great to see. The prosecution is not leading the witness. He's not fumbling through his testimony or the questions. He's not fumbling through exhibits. He's well prepared. He's well spoken. This is a perfect sort of direct examination. A lot of kind of boring foundational stuff that's not really getting into the meat and potatoes of the case just yet, but you need to establish all this foundational stuff. The and it's quite refreshing to see, actually. It's probably because they have a really strong case in their opinion, so they're not trying to beat around the bush or confuse the jury. They came out with a great short opening statement. Now they have very precise questions, and they're going to get at what they're trying to do now is get at the manipulation of or the defendant's manipulation of the family, particularly Al. And so they brought a 404B motion, and I don't know what the rules are in Colorado. I'm going to try to pull them up real quick just so we could talk about that. Probably be good to have. So I don't know if they're talking about the rules of evidence or the court rules. Most likely it's a rule of evidence. Character evidence is what it is in Michigan. So character evidence, other crimes, wrongful acts is what a 404B issue is in Michigan. I'm going to try to pull up and see what it is in Colorado to see if that is the same standard. But obviously they're touching on something that the defense doesn't want to get into, namely probably some character evidence of maybe a domestic violence that took place. I don't know. All right, Colorado Rules of Evidence. Let's see if I can get it without going too deep. No, I don't want all the statutes. Should have had this pulled up before. I don't want all the laws. I just want the rules of evidence. I have to imagine it's the same. And just so people know, we have in the United States, every state is different. Different rules of evidence, different court rules. But they're more or less similar with very subtle differences, mainly because of the American Bar Association, which has no legal authority to impose rules or regulations on attorneys or courts, but they draft what's called proposed rules or sort of guidelines.
Gentlemen, we're going to take a break until about 10:40. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. All
Imagine-
right, would you do it, please?
I imagine we're going to have some evidentiary arguments here regarding 404B. This would be other acts, character evidence. She's actually engaging with her attorney now while her attorney's engaging with her. Very weird that she's sort of sitting in the corner, not engaging with anyone. It doesn't appear that she's taking notes. She just kind of has her head down. Yeah, we're going to go into
Thank
an
you, Mel. You see,
evidentiary
the record
argument.
should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We were having a discussion at the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment
That's right.
against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit. And apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you
So she
feel
basically
and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify
makes up stories to
about
manipulate
whether
the
or not you
situation
thought
so
they
she
were
could
true unless
move out
she
of
told you
Alaska.
something different. Okay. All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station,
He can go ahead.
leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about
She is with the hair for sure.
whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events, or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated, and leave it at that. I don't think you can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one, basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, and I'm making the record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020, must have been manipulation as well. That is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that expert, that influenced that expert's decision. I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing.
They
on
have
what
to
was
lay
going on in
foundation, though.
2020, unless we're talking about propensity, or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of stuff that would need to be endorsed under 404B.
If you're going to have an
Mr. Allen?
expert testify to
Judge,
something, you have to lay a
They
foundation.
have put the defendant's mental condition into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness specifically spent a lot of time with this defendant over many years. And case law is clear that he can comment on whether she was sane or not, and if she was having any mental health issues, which I do intend to get into. There is evidence, as we know from preliminary hearing, that the defendant attempted to manipulate this investigation. And we're going to have evidence from different people on that point as well. And that's sort of the track record of this particular defendant. That's not a bad act. That's
I
mental
think she told 3
condition
separate
evidence
stories, but
that they have put
implicated
in
2
play by
different
claiming
men.
NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read I've read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in I think this was fall of 2018, would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, the foundation needs to
I
be
understand
laid.
that you disagree, but I think that I do think that's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stauch will not be permitted to say whether or not he believed that those allegations were false or not. And he can testify as to what happened, how he reacted to it. And we're dealing with a relationship between the people. It has a lot to do with his mental state, Mr. Stauch's mental state at the time that the investigation was going on, based on his history with the defendant. It also has something to do with the way that the defendant may have acted at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right. All right, with that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stauch needs a break, we need to do that now.
Ooh,
Oh, all right. Thank you,
she's
Mr.
chained to
Clerk.
the
All right,
floor.
we'll be in recess. Thank you.
I'm going to keep.
Mr. Stauch, you may want to talk with Mr. Allen about what the parameters are.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
She's got to be chained to the floor. If they're talking about, well, if she also needs a break, I just want to see if they come by and unchain her. All right. Oh, we are not on a break. We're going to talk a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, she's chained to the floor, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
So we have a little bit of lag in the feed, I notice. I'm going to see if I can clear that up during the lunch break. What I was planning on doing is keeping the stream going, but I probably end it and then start a new stream for the afternoon. All right. So, yeah, she is definitely chained to that table or the floor. Yeah, I know. It's appropriate. They got to walk her in and out of the courtroom, by the way. So the jury doesn't see that she's chained to the floor for appearance purposes.
I'll
give you some feedback.
Finest bottled water they have.
No, they're just chit-chatting. All right, so the court's on break. We will talk for a little bit. They're on break for maybe another 8 minutes or so. No, this shouldn't be their lunch break. It's it's only 9:30 there. No, 10:30. They're 2 hours behind me, so it's 10:30 a.m. there. Good first witness. Again, a lot of sort of repetitive background information. Not repetitive, a lot of kind of boring background information. Sort of setting up the scene for the rest of the trial. He started off very emotional, as to kind of be expected. And, oh, you're in Cali. Well, yeah, so if you're in Cali, you're 3 hours behind. It's 9:30 for you. It's 10:30 for them. So this is not their lunch break. working on the stream, on the lagginess of it and the graininess of it, I think I can maybe do a little better if I restart a new stream this afternoon. So I'm gonna try that. But I am happy that I can actually resize the windows because I don't need to be looking at the judge. I know Law and Crime has, I think, a split view, equal sizes with the judge in the court, and I don't see that being necessary. I'd rather see, if anything, I'd rather see the courtroom to try to gauge the defendant's response and whatnot. So she sounds so far kind of like there's not a ton of horrible evidence of her manipulation, but we're getting into it. Based on what we've kind of heard about her case, it seems like a pattern. She did tell 3 different stories to try to get out of the situation. If she's telling lies about sexual use, which I'm probably not supposed to say on YouTube, back in 2018, you can kind of see that pattern. The 404B standard, at least as it is in Michigan, does require notice. And I would have to imagine, again, in Colorado, it would also require notice to the other side before they're allowed to present it. And
What time did you tell us to be back?
it's hard to believe that the defense did not have advance notice that they were going into that. However, it is a formal notice requirement. So if they weren't given that, that's improper by the prosecution. They should have given the advance notice that they were going to go into that. That being said, they have an expert that's going to testify about her tendency to manipulate, it sounds like. And that tendency to manipulate is also including this 2018 accusation in Alaska against Al's unit, members of his unit. So you have to kind of suspect that they knew what was coming. So I guess it's not like the prosecution is pulling any dirty tricks here, I don't think. But they would be required to give that notice ahead of time. And they didn't. So that could be, should be a problem for them. But as the judge said, they need to lay the foundation. And we don't, they had notice. They're not taken by surprise here. I'm curious to see where it goes now, because now we're getting back home. We're getting into her allegations for the jury to hear.
Thought I had this earlier. This is Gannon's phone.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to step away for a minute. We've got a couple of minutes, so I will step away and I will be right back. I just saw this. Yeah, it's kind of the boy who cries wolf sort of syndrome. Maybe she does it for attention. Maybe she found it effective when she was younger and she keeps doing it. I kind of want to have fun with these trials. I had a fun making fun of the attorneys on the last trial I streamed, and this is such a depressing case that I'm finding it hard to kind of have fun with it. I'm gonna try, but like my hold music, the especially with this witness, this guy just lost his son. Not just, but lost his son to this, what I gather, I'm not going to prejudge, this horrible, horrible woman that probably is not insane. And it's really hard to not, there she comes. It's really hard to just kind of have fun with this trial. Although I'm really interested, I think it'll be more entertaining and exciting when the defense starts presenting their case in chief and they start going with all this insanity stuff. Is she sitting at the end of the table? I thought she was sitting I thought she was sitting off to the side, but I guess she's sitting at the end of the table. She is. I think it's Bill Burr, one of his stand-up specialists. He's like, do we have to believe all women? Can't we just, how about 82% of them? The other 18%, like the ones that burn your car and stuff like that, how about we don't believe them? And this is kind of that 18%. Is she talking? I thought we were hearing the defendant for a second.
I'm a young man, but what I we both that's the only way to go, boss.
What is going on? It was just a lot of people talking. The music's not helping. I got other music.
Wherever you want.
Are we gonna, Mr. Allen? Where's Mr. Allen? Oh, he's in the back.
I'll get him. Michael?
Yes. No, not again. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
So, are we good to go?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you've had your time with?
Yes.
Mr. Okay, all right. Okay.
All right, they went
Let's go
over the
ahead and bring jury.
testimony. He's going to ask some kind of leading questions,
You doing okay,
Oh.
Beth?
but not go into
Judge,
a
one
lot.
thing, apparently, I'm not sure if the mics are actually, yeah, this is working. I just need to hold it closer.
That one is.
Yeah. And is that one turned on also?
Yes.
Okay.
The ones at council table remain.
All right,
on
now you gotta
for
tell me
the
which
reasons
tucking
we
hits them.
discussed, long ago,
Okay.
but the lectern is on, witness is on.
The jury should be coming in now. Everyone's standing, so I'm assuming. And the judge stands for this jury. You don't see that a lot. In Michigan, you do. But not with some of these strange trials. You don't see that a lot. And that's good because the judge should be paying respect to the jury as well. Psycho killer? Really? That's what you hear?
All right, the jury, please.
You know what? I'm gonna actually have to. No, they're gonna. Maybe I'll sing it. YouTube will shut me down if I play it. Maybe I can find like a copyright-free version of it.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 13 or 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were
This
in the
judge is
midst
just
of
on
the
point.
examination of Mr. Stauch.
No
That's where we
nonsense.
will resume. Mr. Stauch, I remind you, sir, that you're still
No
under oath. Mr.
pontificating.
Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So Al, we were just getting into whether the defendant manipulated your assignment to Alaska. Did she, well, let me ask you this. There was a point in time where she raised sexual harassment claims that caused tension for you in your command in Alaska. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that involve a Corporal Jenkins and a Lieutenant Colonel Ortega?
Captain Jenkins and yes. Lieutenant.
Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I don't know these National Guard ranks.
It's Army.
Army?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Army.
Again, I don't know that either. I had asked you before whether she was happy being assigned, having you all living up in Alaska, and I think you said no.
Absolutely not. Yes.
Did this claim of sexual harassment, not asking you whether it was true or not, but did that lead to you eventually leaving Alaska and coming to Colorado?
Yes, sir. It did.
Were there two specific things that you witnessed that were sort of at the heart of these sexual harassment claims?
Yes, sir.
Did one of those involve Captain Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Was that a time when you were at some establishment and there was some drinking involved?
Yeah, me and the defendant showed up for dinner and the other person was already there and had been drinking. Yes, sir.
The other person being Captain
Captain
Jenkins?
Jenkins. Yes, sir.
Was that one of the issues that the defendant raised as the basis for sexual harassment?
That situation, yes, sir. A comment he had made.
Okay. And we're not calling Captain Jenkins, so we don't need to get into what he said.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as it relates to Colonel Ortega, did you witness a specific event that was an interaction between Lieutenant Colonel Ortega and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What was that specific thing?
Let me describe the event.
Yes, that
So
you witnessed.
I was the S1, which is the personnel officer for the battalion. Lieutenant Colonel Ortega was the battalion commander. I was still in the office. The defendant was coming to pick me up because we only had one vehicle in Alaska. And she was coming from the house to pick me up. And when I came out of the building, he was leaning over into the truck, talking to her. I don't know what they were talking about or anything. And then as soon as he saw me, he left, didn't stop and, communicate with me, just left and walked away. And that was it.
Okay. And so did the defendant specifically use that incident as another part of the allegation of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
Did she file a formal complaint with your command?
There was I don't know, I don't think it was with the command. I think it went through the state. So
Okay.
Alaska National Guard. I don't know the specifics of it. My only involvement was to basically say what I just said.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, when I say command, again, I'm not informed on National Guard. Did she inform the National Guard of this complaint of sexual harassment?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you issues in your unit?
Yes, sir.
No, they skipped over
And
that.
did that
I thought they were
eventually
going to get
lead
into
to
it,
you
but they skipped
transferring
it.
from Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when she specifically sent you a text and told you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
And did that text also include a ultrasound picture?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she was actually pregnant with twins?
Yes, sir.
Was that another form of manipulation?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. You can ask him. how
Ask
he
it a
felt about
different way.
Did the defendant ever give birth to twins?
No, sir.
Did it ever turn out that she was pregnant with twins?
No, sir.
Sustained. Or we'll disregard that answer.
Well, did you ever go to any doctor's appointments with the defendant?
For that specific instance, no.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to any doctor's appointments for that specific incident?
I'm confident that she didn't. No, sir.
Yeah, they're coming right out. He's probably the best witness, like I said, to establish the
So
foundation.
we talked about the sexual harassment
Picture of everything
claim
going on
and
here.
that causing tension in your unit,
Really sets the story up for the
and
jury.
that eventually leading to you transferring from Alaska, right?
Yes, sir.
When did that actual transfer occur?
Like I said previously, I when I say boots on ground, I arrived here February 15th, I believe, 2019.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant preceded your move to Colorado.
Yes, sir.
When did she leave Alaska?
So she wasn't in Alaska. She came to Alaska for a couple weeks or a month, I think in December of, that would have been 2018. She brought the kids with her, that being Gannon and Elena and Harley as well. And then we stayed there. Actually, we stayed in a house on one of the bases, like a temporary house. And then, like I told you, they came ahead of me about a month and a half or so.
Okay. So you're saying that they being the defendant and the kids,
Yeah, all the names I listed, the defendant, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
would that have been in January of 2019?
I believe they came in January because we did Christmas in Alaska.
And I think you had previously said that the defendant actually found the 6627 Mandan Drive house, and that's where you all moved into.
Yes, sir.
You remember the defendant filing burglary allegations in 2019?
Yes, sir.
How many different ones did she file?
I believe it was 2, to my recollection.
So SA allegations in Alaska.
One of those
pregnancy
specific
allegations.
claims was a burglary in the fall of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were some things that she pointed to you to support that as being a valid burglary claim.
Yes, sir.
One of which was a hammer hanging from a string in the garage.
Yes, sir.
She's
That
staging.
included potentially somebody had maybe got into the attic access in the garage.
A squatter is how she referred to it.
Was there ever a squatter in your house?
No, sir. No one was ever found.
Did you have an ammo can in the house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was it dumped out on the floor and made to look as if someone had rummaged through it?
Sustained. You can ask him what he found and what it looked like.
Okay. Tell us what you remember about this ammo can.
In this specific break-in allegation,
Yeah.
the ammo can, I kept it, I think next to the bed or under the bed or something, and it was open and dumped out like somebody had been rummaging through the ammo can. One of the clothes hampers was dumped out and the bed was kind of pushed, the mattress was pushed off the box spring, just enough to look like somebody had forced their way through that area.
Did the
did not
defendant
bring
tell
up
you that that was another piece of evidence or sign that there had been a
Family
burglary in your
dynamic
house?
relationship
She
thing.
did.
Was there also a gunshot claim?
There was,
Did this come from the defendant to you?
yes, sir.
What did she say about that?
She claimed that she fired one of the weapons, I don't remember which one, up the storm well. That's pretty much what the summation of it.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Oh, one of the weapons you said. Did you have firearms in the house?
I did, yes, sir.
What kind of weapons?
I had a 9mm, a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact. I had I don't remember the brand, but it was a black and Tiffany green 9mm full size. I also had AR pistol type gun. There was a 20 gauge Benelli youth shotgun and a 12 gauge. It was all black shotgun. I forget the brand. And then I think there was at least one Smith & Wesson little 380 compact as well.
So when she's telling you that there was a weapon that she fired in the, I think you said the storm well, is that the window well?
Yeah, and the specific one was the window well next to, if you remember the picture where the computers were, there was a window well right behind those computers. That's the one she said that she fired it out of.
Yeah, she's
Did
a
you ever find a
professional
shell
victim
casing
for
associated
sure.
with that gunshot?
No, sir.
In that particular, those pistols that you're talking about, the Smith & Wesson 9mm, that what sounds like a Tiffany green or blue 9mm and that 380, are those semi-automatic handguns?
Yes,
Are you familiar with semi-automatic handguns?
sir.
Have you fired them?
I don't know specifically the 380.
So what I'm asking is generalized.
Oh,
Have you?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
When you fire those weapons, does the slide automatically slide back and eject the shell casing?
Ejects it and then loads the next round into the chamber.
I believe
Did you ever see any evidence that that gun had been fired in that window well in the basement?
No, sir.
Letecia
Did the
was
defendant
married
ever admit to you that she made up those burglary claims?
Yes, sir.
What did
to
she say?
Gannon's biological mother's brother,
I don't remember specifics, but
and that wasn't talked about.
I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I had to do some digging and eventually I found out that most of the stories she had told was just not accurate. And then she finally admitted to making up the claims of break-ins. I don't remember if she gave a reason why either.
In your mind, was that another attempt or attempts at manipulating what was happening in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Why would she do what's the motive? I'm not like
Some
a
point
victim person.
in 2019, did you and the family get into family counseling?
Not family counseling.
Well, counseling.
Yeah, Gannon and Lena specifically.
Okay. What about the defendant?
To my knowledge, I don't think she had counseling.
Okay. Did she make specific comments to you about Gannon that led to you wanting to get Gannon into this counseling?
Yeah, there was two reasons. And do you want me to elaborate on that?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as these are things that she told you as to things that led you to want to get Gannon into counseling.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons is the other reason was, like I said before, he was a mama's boy, and he both the kids had struggles with, we had a little bit of back and forth of custody issues. So that was part of the reason. The other reason is she made a claim that he was coming after her to some degree.
He and her.
Gannon coming after the defendant to some degree. And so once again, twofold mission with the counseling. One, to make sure he's dealing with his, the situation with his mom and being apart from her. And then also the counseling should uncover anything else that's going on or any disdain he had for the defendant.
Who was the defendant closer to as far as the two little kids? So Gannon and Lena.
Lena, undoubtedly.
Did you say undoubtedly?
Absolutely, she was.
Whose idea was it to move Gannon to the basement?
It was mine.
Okay.
Both kids. Both of Al's kids lived with him. He had custody of both. And then also Leticia's daughter, Harley.
Did you ever witness Gannon displaying any behavior that would support the claim that Gannon had it out for the defendant?
Absolutely not towards no one. I absolutely never witnessed that, period.
Did you ever take family trips together?
With the defendant and the 3 children?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, was there a trip in early January
January
of 2020?
That would have been just myself and the defendant.
Okay. What was that trip?
It was to celebrate our anniversary, and we went on a cruise out of Southern Florida.
Did you need a passport for that cruise?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Did you ever take any trips with the defendant that required a passport?
I don't remember specifically. We had one when we went through Canada just to get it stamped, just for, remembrance. I don't remember specifically. Well, we did. We went to Mexico. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep. Sorry, I forgot about that.
that's okay. So that leads to this question. Did you have a passport?
I did. Yes, sir.
When you said you went to Canada to get it stamped?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Mexico, did you get your passport stamped?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her with a passport?
In Mexico, yes.
Did she get that passport stamped in Mexico?
I don't remember. I would assume it would have had to been, because we went to a resort in Mexico, so
But you know for a fact that she did have a passport.
she did, absolutely.
In this, and I'm going to ask you to give me a more specific timeline, but in late 2019, early 2020, where was the defendant working at that time?
Early 2020, I don't know, but late 2019, she was employed, I believe it's Whitefield School District 3 and French Elementary School, as I referenced earlier. She was attempting, is what she.
Well,
told-
let me get to that. I'll get to that. in
She
just a
worked
second.
at a school. That's great.
So she was working in late 2019 at Whitefield School District.
Mhm.
That's
Yes,
it.
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And again, that's for our court reporter. She'll get mad at me in a minute if we keep doing that. Was she enjoying her work there?
She was not,
Did she tell you that?
absolutely.
She didn't
What
like
did she
kids.
tell you?
She had a conflict based on her educational status. She had a conflict with a principal where she thought she was more educated and should have more of a leadership role. And then just other stuff surrounding that. I don't remember specifics, but
So let's unpack that a little
She
bit.
used the principal.
When you said that she had a conflict because she felt like she was more educated, you mean the defendant felt like she was more educated than the principal?
yes, the defendant, yes, sir.
Did you ever go to French Elementary School?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go visit her there?
I don't remember exactly, but I would cook lunch and take her lunch for her and her coworkers. And you can elaborate on that a little bit?
Just, you would go there and take lunch?
Yeah, with her and sit and eat sometimes with her. Sometimes I would drop it off. Yes,
Did
sir.
you see her interactions with people at the school?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any problems with anybody at the school?
Not with her, the team that she was always with.
That conflict that you described with her and the principal, did that lead to her manipulating, in your mind, getting out of that particular school?
He wants to object.
Allow it, overruled.
Oh, he did
In my
object.
mind, it
There's
did,
objection.
in accompanying with an injury claim she had as well.
Did she, okay, so let's ask, I'm gonna ask you about that.
Okay.
Did she specifically tell you about some allegations she made about being injured at the school?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
That she was standing on a bench or standing on the bookshelf or something, but she fell and a bookshelf fell and hit her in the head, and she had a head injury from that.
Did you ever see any signs on the defendant of being injured from either falling or having a bookshelf fall on her head?
No, sir.
Did that lead you to believe that this was another manipulation by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what kind of work she was hoping to get into?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
She always had talked about wanting to be a airline flight attendant. And so I think from what I understand, she started pursuing that late 2019 through the Christmas holiday and into early 2020.
Who was she pursuing employment with?
Spirit Airlines.
Where's Spirit Airlines out of, to your knowledge?
I have no clue. I know she went to Orlando, Florida for Spirit Airlines training is what she told me.
When did that happen?
I think shortly after Christmas, within a day or two after Christmas, 2019. And it was a short trip.
This woman sounds
You
like she's
mentioned
not happy in
earlier,
any
when we were
situation she's
first
in.
talking about the weekend of January 25th, Saturday, Sunday, January 26th, your mom being in town.
Yes, sir.
When did your mom get into town here in Colorado Springs?
She was here for about a week, if I remember correctly. I don't remember a specific date, but she was there, I think, that whole week
Did she stay in a hotel or at the house?
at the house.
Where did she sleep?
Oh, I don't remember that specific time where she slept.
Okay. You mentioned that there was Gannon's bed in his bedroom.
Mhm.
Let's say yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
And then there was a second bed in Gannon's bedroom.
Yes,
And then there was a bed in Harley's bedroom.
yes,
There was the master bedroom.
yes.
And then you had couches both downstairs and upstairs. Do you remember, with that in mind, where your mother slept when she visited you in?
I still don't, not that
Okay.
specific visit.
Okay. How were you and the defendant getting along during this period of time when your mom was visiting?
Not well.
How was the defendant interacting with your mom?
I think it was fine and peaceful. I don't remember it being there any negativity.
Was there anything out of the ordinary?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Not within the family group.
You mentioned going up to DIA on January 25th after having dinner and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, she's more
The
educated than the
last time you saw
pilot.
Gannon alive?
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything to him?
Yeah, he was, we were at the top of the stairs and I was getting ready to leave with mom and me and Gannon were at the top of the stairs and I just gave him a hug and I always used to rub my fingers through his hair and just told him I love you. And something I would always tell the kids when I had to leave or when they would go back to their mom's house was like, you're always going to be in my heart and I'm always going to be in your heart. And I'll see you when I get back. And he's like, okay, Daddy, love you. And I'm going to finish watching Pokemon. Remember it like it was yesterday. Yep.
She can't even look at him. She's got her
I
head
got
down.
into this a little bit earlier about the phones, and I asked you specifically about the phone that was assigned to Gannon and Lena, and whether law enforcement asked you for access to that phone. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yep, I remember. Oh,
You
sorry.
recognize this?
Absolutely. That's their
What is
phone.
this?
That's Gannon and Lena's phone from that time period.
Does it appear to be changed at all?
It does not.
Okay. May I move for admission of People's 228?
No objection.
Exhibit 228 will be admitted.
I don't know if she's crying, or faking it. It's kind of hard to see from this distance. She's definitely not looking at the jury or the witness.
I asked you earlier about when you would take trips together. Do you remember taking a trip to Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Um,
You okay?
yes.
Is there Kleenex up there?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
I think 2018 spring, it was right before that volcano erupted. So I think it was spring of 2018.
Who went on that trip?
The defendant, myself, all three children, Harley, Gannon, and Elena.
You remember taking a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
Yeah, we took multiple pictures and videos. Yes, sir.
We're going to see video. Oh, no, just a photograph.
May I approach?
You may.
People's Exhibit number 15. If you need to take it out of the sleeve, you can do that.
Excuse me. I recognize it. I recognize my initials right there.
What is People's Exhibit 50?
Now I also see the date of when I initialed it. It says Facebook video of Gannon Stauch.
Is this a video of Gannon in Hawaii?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And you saw the content?
I
from
did.
this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that recording from Gannon in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
Or move for admission of People's 50?
Amy,
Your approach.
is there an objection?
Yes, it's relevant.
Alan?
Do you want me to say
Relevance
from
of a
here?
Hawaii trip
Yeah.
in spring of 2018.
All right.
Happy family. Proof of life. Her first husband perished. How? Do we know? Do we know what happened to Harley's father? Yeah, proof of life. There's a lot of relevancy to showing this. I mean, you could just argue proof of life, which is perfectly admissible. In order to prove a death, you have to prove a life. I don't like the tactic, but prosecutors use it all the time. It could also go to her, go against her claim of insanity if she's completely normal. No signs of insanity back in 2018. Although she's telling a lot of lies, that's not necessarily insanity. She's an attention seeker. She likes being a victim, is what it sounds like, and likes the attention of it. And apparently is not happy with any circumstances in her life, which, when you put it all together, really shows a pattern. And people who tend not to be happy also tend to try to take it out on others, as if others are responsible for it. I thought her attorney was bald, so maybe she does have, or she did have a couple of different attorneys, because I thought I saw an interview from an attorney representing her early on. I see the prosecutor's bald, but I don't know, maybe somebody knows if this is her first set of attorneys or only set of attorneys. Yeah, but do we know why he died or how he died?
Mr. Allen?
Yep. So we'll come back to that in a moment.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it sounds like it was denied. You need to lay some foundation, probably.
Yeah, Mr. Allen, you need to refer to the witness by Mr. Stauch.
Okay.
What did he call him? Al? Did he call him by his first name? Each court has their own rules of decorum, and that might be one rule that this court has. You have to call everyone by their last name, Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, Officer so-and-so. Usually the courts leave it up to the dynamics between the witness and the attorney, Mr. Stauch, do you mind if I call you Al kind of thing? And the court will usually permit it.
I want to go back to what we were asking, or what I was asking you about earlier about the defendant telling you that Gannon had it out for her. Did she make a specific comment to you about Gannon and a knife
Yes, sir.
to you?
Yes, sir.
What was that comment?
Something about he had threatened her with a knife or came at her with a knife.
Did you ever see Gannon threaten anybody with a knife?
No threats ever out of Gannon, knife or no knife.
And was that right before you got Gannon into counseling in 2019?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about, specifically, I asked you earlier about trips that you would take together. You also mentioned that the defendant was trying to get a job with Spirit Airlines.
Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel?
She loved to travel. Yes, sir.
Did she like to travel to Disney?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go with her to Disney?
Yes, sir. In various configurations of family, I should say.
Did she ever take any other trips that you're aware of, either with you or without you?
Yes, sir.
Did you take cruises with her to the Caribbean?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever take any cruises to the Caribbean by herself that you knew about?
I don't know about by herself. I know with just Harley, I know she took a few.
Okay. What about to Australia?
Never heard of a trip to Australia. No, sir.
What about a trip to Bogota, Colombia?
Never heard of a trip to Bogota, Colombia either, sir.
What about Jamaica?
She
Don't know
posting
about
all this on
Jamaica.
Facebook?
Like I said, she went on trips to the Caribbean, so I can't attest to that.
Okay. You mentioned that cruise in Florida in, I think you said in January 2020 to celebrate your anniversary.
Sir.
That was just you and the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you take other cruises together?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a cruise in Southern California?
We left out of Southern California, went to Ensenada.
When was
Yes.
that roughly?
Mexico,
That's her in the
while I
blue,
was in Alaska. I don't remember
all the way to the right of
exactly,
the screen.
between 2017 and 2018, somewhere.
Did you take another cruise with the defendant in the summer of 2019?
We did, yes, sir.
Who was on that trip?
Myself, the defendant, Harley, and Gannon, and I think one of Harley's friends as well.
You mentioned taking a trip to Mexico. When was that?
That would have been right before I went to Oklahoma for 6 months, so 2016,
Where in Mexico did you go?
Cancun.
Was the defendant with you?
Yes,
Was she with you besides going to the bathroom or shopping or something like that, was she basically with you the whole time during that trip?
yeah. There was one time I was sleeping and she said she went out and got dinner. Other than that, I think we were together 90% a majority of the trip.
Did she ever tell you about waking up in a tent with cartel members?
Never heard that story from her mouth, sir. No.
Did you ever have stressors in your relationship between you and the defendant as it relates to finances?
Yes, sir.
And she's spending all of his money on trips.
What kind of lifestyle did the defendant want to live while you were with her? Based on things that either she told you or that you saw?
A classic example is she always compared herself and wanted to be like Kim Kardashian. That was kind of her main thing she looked towards. I think a best way to sum it up is always wanted to live above our means.
To live above your means?
Yes, sir. That's a good way to sum it up.
I'm sure these are stories all over Facebook that she posts.
Did you agree to being living above your means?
There was examples where I gave and there was examples where I didn't.
But was that ultimately a source of tension between you and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever accuse you of infidelity or cheating?
Yes, sir.
great.
I want to ask you about.
She was
that
probably
storage
cheating
room.
on him.
Was it typical that you would keep luggage in that storage room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific suitcases that were kept in there?
Yeah, there was like a reddish orange one. They had some flowery, I don't know how to explain it, but some patterns on it. There was a large green one. I'd say extra large green one, actually. There was a few smaller, like carry-on size black suitcases. So we had quite a few.
Where did the large green one come from?
I believe that, well, I know for a fact it came from Landon, which is Gannon's mother, her aunt Veronica. Landon took a trip there at some point in mine and Landon's relationship, and she came back with that suitcase full of clothes. And I just kept it after me and Landon split up.
Where, and was that also stored in that storage
It
room?
was.
Did you ever use that large green suitcase on trips?
I used it more so when I moved or PCS'd. I don't remember using it on a trip or vacation because it was just too big.
Do you remember being shown a picture of a suitcase under a bridge in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize that suitcase?
Yes, sir.
What did you recognize it as?
That same extra large green suitcase from my house.
Want to have you flip to People's Exhibit number 48 in that notebook?
So this is all taking away the idea that
Yes, sir.
some
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
strange guy
What is
abducted
that a picture
Gannon.
of?
There's a picture of that extra large green suitcase we've been discussing.
Under a bridge?
I can see the footings of the bridge. I can't really see the bridge structure itself, but
Does that appear to be the same suitcase that we've been talking about that Landon's Aunt Veronica gave to Landon when you and Landon were married?
yes, sir.
That was stored in the storage room.
Yes, sir.
You know, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 48.
Exhibit 48 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Yes,
Maybe
Gannon
pull-
was found
oh,
in
there
a
we go.
suitcase. Apparently, according to his father,
What do you
the
remember
suitcase was at the
about that
house.
suitcase other than it being large?
There was a few things that were broken on it. I don't know if I remember. I don't know if the wheel was, but I think the handle on the other side was broken. There's a few things that had just worn down over time on it. But the size is the big thing. I remember how large the suitcase was. So
Okay.
I missed this earlier.
All right.
Yes, she looks like the ring girl. She's a few notches off Kim Kardashian.
May I approach?
You may.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit number 33. Obviously a disc. Do you recognize this disc?
I do
How do you recognize it?
because I initialed and dated it 31 March.
Did you watch the contents of this disc?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a video that you have seen?
Yes.
Okay. I move for admission of People's Exhibit 33.
Defense.
No, it was a large suitcase that Gannon
Exhibit
got from his
33 will be
aunt.
admitted. Go ahead.
Any permission to publish or not?
You may.
We need the screen, Judge.
It's not, you're not feeding yet. I have a pre-screen up here so that I can see. Okay.
We don't see
Too
the
late to know what
screen.
to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie. When
the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're, all right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it, okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
Thank you for subscribing.
Council approach for a moment, please.
It's a very sad story. What I'm interested to hear is sort of the insanity defense arguments. I was very underwhelmed by the defense's opening statement yesterday. I thought they were going to go more into that, and they didn't. But I'm very curious to see how they approach this case with the insanity defense. It's a very sad case, though. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. And that audio or that video is horrible. We watched it yesterday on the stream. And unfortunately, they're not showing us many of the exhibits. So this is more like a audio book. But we do get to see some of the courtroom. So it's not as bad as if it was just audio. Octomom. I forgot about Octomom. Yeah, she's kind of got an Octomom vibe. And I believe she was kind of out for the attention too. But this woman is definitely about the attention. She is definitely about being the victim. She's not happy in her position in life ever. Champagne tastes, right? And a beer budget kind of thing.
All right, Mr. Allen.
two, I just don't know what to do.
That you can see. Who is that?
That's Lena, absolutely.
And then the email voice that you hear on that recording, who is that?
Tisha, excuse me, the defendant.
And then the other voice that you hear towards the end, whose voice is that?
Those are the last words I ever heard Gannon speak.
Want to have you jump back into that binder, Mr. Stauch, and look at People's Exhibits 19 and 20. Ones I mistakenly tried to admit without any foundation earlier.
Can you send me a link to some of this stuff? That would be great.
Okay,
You recognize those?
19 and 20, yes, sir.
Are those, well, what are they?
Those are two different angles, pictures of Gannon in his bed.
How, have you seen those pictures before?
I have, yes, sir.
When did you see them?
I don't want to mix it up. I know I've seen them in through various things, but one of these specifically, or at least one, if not both, the defendant sent to me that morning, which would have been Monday, the 27th.
Okay, so we're talking about January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And then you received those specifically from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
What method did you receive them from?
Text message.
Text message. Are they fair and accurate copies of the photos that you received on January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission and permission to publish 19 and 20.
Mr. Tellini? Exhibits 19 and 20 will be admitted.
You could just send me an email. My email's in the description on the
So I
channel.
think we have People's Exhibit 19 up on the screen now. Tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 19.
So once again, that's Gannon in his bed. I referenced the TV off to the left. You can see it here, a TV in his dresser. The table we discussed earlier, and then once again, there's Gannon in his bed.
Is that typically the way Gannon would sleep in his bed with the blankets just piled on top like that?
No, sir. There was a couple things I noticed that were different. There seemed to be a big, I don't know, pillow or bulge or something down here. I don't remember this red and green blanket actually being on his bed. We've discussed that. I don't remember that. I
Okay.
can't say 100% that it wasn't ever, but
And then People's 20? This basically just another depiction of that same scene?
yeah, it appears to be. I think it's different though, because is it okay if I show?
Well,
differences, or-
let me ask you this. What is there a difference between the two photos based on your observations?
Yeah,
of it?
absolutely.
What are those
If
differences?
you look at where his hand is here, and if you look, if we can go back to the other one, his hands are in a totally different place, position. See how his hands were crossed right here, the blanket's kind of pulled back a little bit. And then a huge thing to me was his bed was almost never pulled away from the wall like this. And we discussed that in a previous photo, that his bed was almost always pushed up against the wall.
And then that's the bulge that you referenced in the other photo in People's 19
Same as right here, yeah, right there,
and then 20.
right here. And notice that difference as well.
And do you even recognize that particular blanket, or was you recognize it, but you don't think it was typically on Gannon's bed?
Yeah, that blanket is one that was in our house somewhere. I just don't think it was a typical blanket. It wasn't his.
Was not his.
It was not his blanket, and it was not typically on his bed.
Okay. You can take that down for now. I want to jump back, Mr. Stauch, to when we were talking about your trip to Hawaii in 2018. And I previously showed you People's Exhibit number 50, which was that disc. I think I might have left it up here. Let me check. Actually.
The defendant's not even taking notes anymore. She's
Yes,
just
sir.
sitting there.
Yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of People's. Request permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Subject to prior objection.
Objections?
That was me. I hit the mic.
Okay, all right. The objection's overruled. Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And permission to publish. Huh?
You may.
So before we start playing People's Exhibit 50, who do we see on screen there?
That's Gannon.
Go ahead and play it.
Guys, where are you at? In Hawaii, go.
Is that it? That was short. Yeah, she won't look at it. You can't make her look at it, but she won't look at it. It's just a bad look for her. She is claiming
When you got back from
the insanity
Oklahoma,
defense.
Mr. Stauch, did you participate in searches for Gannon?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about what you did to look for Gannon.
The first day, which would have been Tuesday, 28th. Left the airport and then came home and just got somewhat organized. And then there was a story about Gannon running away or walking away. And there was, somebody said they might have seen him at a gas station in Fountain. And
So let me ask you specifically, you don't know whether that was a true statement or not, correct?
in the moment I didn't, no.
Okay. But did that cause you to go do things to see if that was in fact a legitimate sighting of Gannon?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
Myself and the defendant in my truck, my red Nissan truck, drove to that gas station. I went in, well, I think I met the officer there, if I remember correctly, and went in and watched whatever he allowed me to watch the footage of what boy that was alleged to be Gannon coming in and out of the store, and so I could confirm if it was him or not.
Was it Gannon?
It was not. It was another boy with his father that, or whatever, another boy with an older man.
Just wasn't Gannon.
It just was not Gannon. No, sir.
What else did you specifically do to look for Gannon?
There was times when after the day was over, I'd drive around at night just seeing if I could spot him. That specific, I believe it was Tuesday as well, I had been downtown to the sheriff's office, given an interview, and then came back home and checked on the girls, being Harley and Lena, and then told them I was going out searching again, and went to the Walmart in Fountain. I was heading to the Walmart in Fountain. Just maybe he's in the video game section or GameStop or something. Thinking of places he would be. And then it occurred to me, or I remembered that the defendant had said her car was at French Elementary School. And so I never actually went to Walmart. I went directly to French Elementary School to look for her vehicle.
And you previously told us that you didn't see her vehicle there.
Absolutely not. I drove around the school 3 times just to make sure I wasn't missing it.
Did she ever tell you where her car actually was?
Never did. That was the only thing she ever told me, was that I left it at French Elementary School.
At some point, based on things that you're learning, did you, in your mind, did it change from Gannon didn't come home from a friend's house to something different?
That was really the key moment. There was a lot of things we've discussed, a number of them, some discrepancies in the pictures, the rental car situation. I think I had already known at that point that I had talked to my neighbors and surveillance from their house. He had never walked.
Well, I think what he's describing, Judge, is what he saw on surveillance.
You can't talk about what your neighbor said to you, but you can describe what you saw on the surveillance tape. Okay.
So 2 different circumstances. This is not the surveillance tape of the truck. This is.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have an occasion to see surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood?
It's a better asked question.
Okay. Did you see Gannon ever walking away on those videos from your house and never returning?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay.
So back to.
So, well, I have to ask a question.
Okay.
So you were earlier describing an accumulation of things that led you to change your opinion or your mind as to what actually happened with Gannon.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think one of the big things was the defendant telling you that her car was at French, you go to French and it's not there.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was the key moment when I switched from, she knows more than she's telling me she knows.
Did you also participate in interviews at the sheriff's office as it relates to the investigation into Gannon's disappearance?
I did, yes, sir.
How many times did you go to the sheriff's office?
Twice on that day, once before the driving to French, and then immediately following that, I called them and said something's wrong, and I went immediately back to the sheriff's office after that.
In that same time frame, did the defendant add any additional information that she told to you as it relates to Gannon's missing?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
Well, did she at some point tell you that she was raped?
That was the next morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What did she say about being raped?
I'm not sure the date.
Sure, I'll clarify. We were talking about January 28th.
Yes, sir.
Just
Tuesday,
now
yeah.
about.
They're just
you doing
causing
interviews at the
problems.
sheriff's office. You
That
said
was
the
a
next
proper
morning, so
question.
that would be January 29th. Is that accurate?
Wednesday, January 29th. Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you on January 29th as it relates to being raped?
So I slept on the couch. She called me into the room, and then she proceeded to tell me a story about how a man got in the house somehow. I don't remember that specific version, but he got in the house, raped her, abused her, beat her, and then beat Gannon up and took Gannon. And you want me to keep going on that specific?
I want you to tell what she said in that particular story.
Right. And then she also said he had got burned and that. And then she said that well, I said, well, where's everything at? Like all the mess, the blood and everything. She said, well, I cleaned it up. I got scared. And so, okay, well, where's the bloody mess, the clothes, the rags, whatever. Well, I disposed of it. Well, where did you dispose of it? It wasn't in the trash can at the house. It was somewhere else. And it was just this long string of stuff.
Okay, so let me break in there.
Sure.
It sounds like the way you're describing that's a discussion that you had specifically with her, where you're asking her questions and she's responding to your questions.
Well, there was two parts, and that's why I asked you about elaborating. The first one was just her talking.
Okay. And so, but the last part that you just described, it sounded like you were describing an interaction where you're asking questions and she's answering questions.
Yes, and at this point, Landon was also sitting in there talking with us as well, just
Okay.
to clarify.
When you had the opportunity to view neighbors, I guess ring doorbells or surveillance videos, did you see any strange men on those videos going to your house?
So to clarify, I did, and it was stopped because it was hearsay, but I never saw surveillance of him leaving or not leaving on foot. And I'm sure we'll get to the other surveillance later, but I never saw that. That was just what the neighbors told me. So
What I'm asking you right now, Al, or Mr. Stauch, I apologize, is did you see on
defense
any
attorney's
of
just
the
leaving.
neighborhood
I'm done.
video any strange men going into or out of your house?
Sure.
When
I think he just said he never watched any videos. This was just what the neighbors said.
that's not what he said.
No.
He
Stop causing problems.
re-asked the question.
Yep. Just so the record is very clear.
Okay.
Did you watch surveillance video from neighbors in your neighborhood to see anything as it relates to Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't watch
Well,
any videos?
Well, I did watch the one video with the truck, but I don't think we've gotten there yet, or we're there. I don't know where we're at.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. What I'm asking is very specifically, did you watch some neighborhood video from neighborhood
I want to say it
surveillance
was
video
2018.
about the time that Gannon went missing?
I watched one, and that was him leaving the truck and coming back home. That's
Okay.
the only one I watched.
Okay, so you didn't watch any other videos to see, to either confirm or not confirm that a strange man had come into the.
I've seen nothing
Okay,
else.
all right, thank you for clarifying that. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
At some point, and I don't know the reasons why, but I was directed to go to the FBI's office and start, I call it being questioned, but just kind of given a background history of our mine and the defendant's relationship, and kind of what we've been doing so far this morning. And from that, it turned into pretext phone calls.
Okay, what do you mean by pretext phone calls?
Phone calls where I would get on the phone with the defendant while I was at the FBI office and be giving direction, and they also gave me the flexibility to talk with her normally, but be giving direction on things to say and things to ask and whatnot.
Who was involved with that process? Obviously you were, but who else from the investigation side was involved in that process?
So, of course, yeah, I was there. The defendant was on the phone, and then there was Mark Riley was present.
So I'm going to break in every time you say a name. Who is Mark Riley?
Mark Riley, I think a detective at the sheriff's office or investigator. I'm not sure his role at the time. Jess Bethel, a similar role to Mr. Riley, from what I understand. FBI agent, Mr. Hughes. I don't know his title, a specific title.
I received
Amber
your
Cronin.
email. Thank you.
Who was Amber Cronin with?
FBI as well. John, I always say his name wrong, Grusing.
Grusing?
With the FBI. I saw in passing other agents, but those were the ones that I remember being specifically in there. There may have been others. I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember maybe like this agent back here, Andrew Cohen?
I remember him walking around a lot. I don't remember him being specifically with me on any of the phone calls. I may be wrong about that, but
Would these phone calls originate sometimes by you calling the defendant and other times where the defendant would call you?
yes, sir.
How do you know that it was the defendant on the other end of that phone?
I recognize her voice, and we would always talk about something relevant that would, I would know it was her, whether it was Gannon or something about our relationship or our life in general.
Would you also in those conversations talk about specifics to the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would the FBI agents or the sheriff's office agents, detectives, pass information to you to specifically ask the defendant?
Yes, sir.
On some of those recorded phone calls, can you actually hear people whispering to you?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, what I intend to get into next is admitting discs and then playing those discs. And some of these phone calls are pretty long. I don't know if you want to go through the admission now and then we can do that other process when we get back, or.
So are any of them less than, say, 15 minutes?
Because of contextual issues, I think it makes sense to play them in order as opposed to breaking them up. The very first one is an hour and 57 minutes.
All right, so let's do the foundational elements necessary for admission.
Okay.
And then we can play them after lunch. And probably just admit all of them at the same time.
Yep.
And then go from there.
I don't believe he was. I can't remember exactly. He just said that he was full-time active duty or full-time National Guard, Colorado National Guard. But he sounds like an officer to me, not necessarily a police officer. I don't think he
for the
said
record,
exactly
Judge, what I'll be showing him for admission is People's Exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54,
Did he? Okay, so maybe he did.
55, 56, 57,
All I wrote down was
58,
that he was
and
full-time
59.
National Guard.
Okay,
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
you may go ahead.
Can I just stay up here with this?
Yeah, that's fine.
People's Exhibit 35. Obviously a disc again. Do you recognize it?
To the front of it. Yes, my initials and the date.
Have you had a chance to listen to this recording that's on this disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate?
Be a lot of
representation
recordings you're
of
going to
that
play
phone
after
call?
break.
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 36. Do you have your initials and date on that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you listen to this recording?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes, sir.
People's 37. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to listen to this item?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that recording?
Yes.
Equals 38. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
39. Do you have your initials and date?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
40. Are your initials and date on this?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents of this disc?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so this is all basic foundational stuff that you need to introduce.
51. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Testimony about in
Have you
order to
listened to
introduce the
contents?
video.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
He's going to go through like 20 of these.
52. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
53. Are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes.
54. Date and initials on this disc?
Yes,
I do want to
Have you
say
listened to the contents of this?
yes, sir.
that the
Is it
defendant
fair?
did have a
Yes.
proper objection there, and they recorrected
55
it.
are your initials on this
So-
disc?
Yes,
Have you listened to the contents?
yes,
Fair and accurate?
yes,
Although it sounded like he was continuously
56 are
interrupting there,
initials on this disc?
yes.
it was proper.
You listen to the contents?
Yes,
Fair and accurate?
yes, sir.
57 are your initials and date on this disc?
Yes,
Did you listen to the contents?
yes, sir.
Fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tedious, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
It's very tedious.
You see your initials and date on this disc?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes,
Is it fair and accurate?
yes, sir.
You didn't identify that one.
Oh, I'm sorry, 58.
Thank you.
And then 59? Initials and date?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to the contents?
Yes,
And is it fair and accurate?
yes, sir.
This time I move for admission of those exhibit numbers, and I can reread them, or if you have them.
I have them, Mr. Tellini.
No.
All right, exhibits 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55.
So you know the speak.
56, 57, 58, and 59 will be admitted. Council approach, please.
I gotta talk timing. So it is 1:49 now, so it's 11:49 there, which means they're probably gonna be taking a lunch break shortly. I am gonna stop this stream when they do go on lunch, and then I'll come back for an afternoon stream. I'll start an afternoon one, just so I can try to see if I can recorrect some of the graininess in this video. I don't know if
All
it's
right,
gonna
ladies
help.
and gentlemen, I think you know where this is going and what my conversation was about. We are going to take our lunch break a little bit early. We'll have you come back a little bit early too. And when we come back, we will be playing, it sounds like the telephone calls one after the other. So if I can have everyone back in the jury rooms at about 1:15 so that we can start at say 1:20. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not do any research about any aspect of this case. Do not discuss the case with anyone else either.
Just say they'll be back at
Mr.
1:15.
Combs had relayed to me a question by a juror as to whether or not you can receive a transcript at the end of the trial. The answer to that is no. The transcript is for other purposes. No jury is ever provided with a transcript of the court proceedings as they are occurring. So you'll have to rely on your
Thank you,
individual and
Jennifer.
collective memory as well as any notes that you take, but you will not receive a transcript. So with that, I think it's still a nice day. We're not to tomorrow yet when it's not supposed to be. So if you want to take a walk around the courthouse, something like that, that would be a good thing to do. Again, you already know where all of the eating joints are here in Colorado Springs, and we'll see you back at about 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, so we're gonna take a break. I am too. I'll be back if they're gonna go at 1:15, then I'll be back 1 o'clock Mountain Time, which would be then 3 o'clock Eastern Time. So I'll be back by then, and but I'm not leaving just yet. I want to see if they have
Thank you. You may
anything
all be
else to
seated.
say.
Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down from the stand now. And I don't see any reason to have Mr. Stauch sitting on the witness stand while we play these are just phone calls. It's all audio, right?
They're all audio. There may be some times where I want to pause it and ask him a specific question, especially at the beginning when we hear voices, who
Okay.
that voice is, that kind of thing.
I feel like this
But I
could be
think once we get
hours of
started into the
audio.
meat of them, I think we can let him down if it's okay with
Okay.
you.
It's fine by me. It would just be a little bit awkward having him sitting there and not saying anything
I feel
for,
like
it
this could
sounds
be
like
hours, the
we're
way the
talking
judge is
about
phrasing or
more than 5 or 10
approaching this
minutes.
issue.
Yes.
So we'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution,
No, you are.
defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, then court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Jamie, what are your thoughts?
I've been in and out because I've actually had to do work today, but I had to jump on to say hi.
Hi. Yeah, no, I've had to work today too a little bit, and I am. It's hard to be. I want to be more joyful. You know, I don't like being this depressed and listening
No.
to a very sad, depressed case. It's a very sad and depressing case.
I heard you say that too, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, usually I'm making fun of these trials, and
I know,
it's
and I
hard.
feel like I'm holding out hope that.
Well, the Kim
This-
Kardashian, maybe you can do something with that. I
Well,
don't know.
yeah, the Ring Girl. I've got things lined up, but
Ooh, like the Ring Girl. Yeah, that's good.
yeah, at the end of the day, this is a very sad witness. This is a witness that needs to be there. I think so far it sounds like he was probably the appropriate witness to start with. Lays the foundation for everything else that's going to be coming into focus. They're going to play all these phone calls, and they're going to get into the rest of the search. They're going to get into finding his body or running away. He's might be on the stand for the direct. Well, I would say even tomorrow, most of the day tomorrow, he'll be on the stand. I imagine still on direct, because they're only up until he's giving police interviews. So this is still January 28th, maybe 29th, and we have a lot more to talk about with this witness. So, so I feel like he's going to be on direct for a couple of days. In this case, and it's going to be sad and depressing and all of that. And then I'm holding out hope that the ridiculousness of her insanity defense might be something a little more light that we can make fun of. Is she serious? This is really what her defense is going to be, kind of thing.
I feel like, now you can incorporate the ring stuff into that. I'm just like picturing your little thumbnail now.
I know,
Like,
right? I started searching already. I started putting something together, but yeah, I just can't with this guy's testimony. It's just too sad. How have you been watching it, by the way? Have you been watching the feed at all?
Yeah, I've been watching your feed in the background. I've had to pause it a couple of times because I had to make some phone calls. But
how was the quality of the video? I don't know if you're watching it on a bigger screen or not.
My iPad, it looks good to me. That's why I was surprised. I was like, wow, it looks better today than it did yesterday. But you said you like.
I played with some stuff, but I'm still not happy because I see a cleaner version behind me than what's being streamed, and so I'm gonna try to work on that.
Yeah.
But
I want to say congratulations. You like. I've seen like you've popped up like almost 200 subscribers since I started subscribing to you.
Oh yeah, I have.
Congrats.
Yes, thank you. And if you guys are still listening, there's 23 of you still out there. Please subscribe. I know I said I was going to go away for lunch and not talk much, but please subscribe. Tell your friends. We're trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers and some watch hours. And hopefully, if you guys like these streams and like this content, I can continue to do it if it proves fruitful. That would be nice. So he is like the first paragraph already. Yes, he's setting the stage. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's setting the stage. He's setting the back. He's the preface to your book. And he's setting the entire stage. And he's doing a very good job of it. This prosecutor knows what he's doing as well. He's guiding the witness. He's not leading the witness. Which is what you're supposed to do. I did criticize the defense a couple of times for jumping up and objecting where I didn't think it was appropriate. And then after the fact, like particularly when he was talking about the neighbor's video, we'll come to find out this witness didn't actually look at all the videos, just one particular video. So for him to sit up there and say, I looked at the videos and I didn't see him leave with any stranger or any stranger men coming, that's sort of kind of disingenuous, and that was a proper objection. But otherwise, I haven't seen a whole lot of shenanigans. Some foundational objections that I thought were appropriate. The witness or the prosecution did lead the witness a little bit, but I feel like it was more kind of foundational than anything else. So all in all, this is how court's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to move forward.
Would he say anything like of substance yet, or is it just really foundational? I need to go back, but
you need to go back. Yeah, he said a lot of substantive stuff. He talked about all the lies and the stories that she would tell about the sexual assaults apparently she received from his unit.
I did see that part.
And then I'm curious to see where this whole, like, what was it? Not Cambodia, Colombia and all these trips come from, because he's like, yeah, I haven't heard about any of this. No trips to Jamaica. I have to imagine she's telling people this stuff. And he's like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. So it sounds like she's just an attention seeker. And kind of the worst kind of people, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But well, if the stream is good, I mean, if it looks good, then I don't need to necessarily cancel the stream. I could just keep it going. I could just put my little hold window up.
I mean, anybody else notice anything? Because I thought it looked good.
It's probably just me because I'm not happy with it. One person talked about it being a little fuzzy or grainy. I'm wondering if it was just him or something. But otherwise, we'll just keep the stream going. So I'll put my little "we're on a break" stream going, and then I'll just keep it up. That way, nobody has to do anything else. You guys can just come right back here, and I will edit it. And so, are we back at 1:15? No, actually, back at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we'll be back.
I'm gonna forward or go back a little bit and take my lunch, and then what time are they gonna be back? You said 3. Okay, 3.
They're going to be back at 1:15 their time, which is 3:15 our time. So I'm going to probably be back around 3 o'clock. And then one of my listeners sent me a YouTube video that that Harley put together. So I'm going to take a look at that and see if it's something maybe we want to watch as well, while we're kind of waiting for them to get back up and running.
And Harley is her daughter?
Harley is her daughter, yes.
I was trying to get the names down because is it Lannon? Is his ex-wife?
Lannon's his ex-wife. The daughter, I can't remember her name, Leah or something like that. And then Harley is her daughter. And what is, like I said, let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna check that out, and we'll probably play a little bit of it when we come back.
Okay.
So, all right, and then join me if you want, or if you have to work. I understand.
Yeah, I can usually mute myself and make phone calls. I just love listening.
Sure. All right, very good. Oh wait, hang on. Landon is the biological mother. Landon. Yeah, that's a weird woman's name, I guess.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's a boy's.
I know. I keep hearing Landon. I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's the mother.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll be back, everybody. All right. I should turn my mic on. Welcome back. Court is still on break. I am trying to get them up and running. I keep checking in on the WebEx every time they go on a break. I guess not every time they go on a break, but every time they adjourn for like a lunch break or something long, they shut down the stream and want to start a new stream. So while we are waiting on that, Jamie sent me a video that I want to share. This is actually Letecia's interview with the news media. So let's play a little bit of this while we get up and running. Let's see how this goes.
Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons
Did you
behind
move out of the
that.
house?
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and then during the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom.
I'm sure you asked for an attorney.
Continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that
she doesn't sound crazy.
You weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it.
Yeah, we saw the.
I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
She's saying her daughter was
you originally didn't even know it was
arrested and held in handcuffs.
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your chat. Doing great. want to make sure that we're still going to recording, still can hear
Does
you.
she not
Okay.
want her face on camera?
Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with this.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told
bad?
at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the
She's
things
the
they said
victim.
that I have
She needs
done
to
or
be
people have
apologized to.
done. I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't
I
know.
have a hard time.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And,
Understanding her side
you
of the
know,
story.
he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right
Did
away.
she say search
You know,
for a
sometimes with
suitcase?
kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But
If she said it,
he
we're
was so
backing up. Did
sweet
she
and
say
able
that?
to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so.
You know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice
You
when
know,
you're
she
sick.
keeps saying
and say, are
was.
you okay? And such a kind heart.
He was.
I know
sweet.
you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this.
What's
But
the date of this?
is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that,
Yeah.
you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed
That's
to
fine.
ask her. Sound okay so far?
Yes. I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
What hike? Yeah, was. Came out of her mouth like 20 times.
Yes.
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home.
Please tell her how to answer the question.
I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes. So I came home later that evening. I was at work and
Poor
I can
daughter.
verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
Woo!
there you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things.
A lie.
We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never
That's
mind.
right.
I could take that
I
out.
understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things, because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home, because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like, we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care, about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like, we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
She wants an
We just
apology.
wanted to add a message
She
to Gannon
knows she
from my
killed him.
family, is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home
And I'm not
soon.
saying this because it's
And
been
again, I
proved
can't
in
wait
court
to
or anything. She's
come home
coming
and let everyone
over
know that
with
you're okay.
insanity defense, which
We
means she
love
has
you.
to admit to causing the death. What a mess that was. Just looking at the mountains. Oh, okay. So we're still waiting for court to start. We have, what is this? We have another interview from her? No, those are the adoptive parents. I heard about that case, though. We are I'm definitely going to be taking a look at that case as well. That's a crazy case, or not, it's a sad case. Why adopt kids if you don't want them and you're going to end up? This wasn't even like a neglect sort of thing. This, I think they straight up killed them. Isn't that? Yeah, she wants an apology. So not only to okay, we're looking for him. She talks about him in the past tense, but set that aside for a moment. You're looking for him. Is there anything you're going to say to him or you want to say to him? It's like, yeah, get home and better apologize. I'm mad at you. Really? That's your response? Assume he truly is missing. That's what you're going to go with? He needs to apologize. Promised land biblically? I don't know. Yeah, so is she out there on social media saying that she's going to all these places? I'm wondering what the relevance of that's going to be. The fact that she talked about Jamaica, Colombia, Australia. Is she saying that she's going to these places? And it's clear that she likes the money that her husband at the time was providing for her. And the lifestyle. She just didn't want to have to deal with the obligations apparently that came with it, such as being a decent human being. All right, we're still waiting on the trial feed. It is up, but it's I'm gonna throw it in the window here. It is up, but we are still waiting. I'll just throw it in the background. Let's say she did have personality. Since she continues the story later, does that mean anything for the chances? Well, the defense did try to argue that she wasn't competent to stand trial. So to that end, she's still insane. She's still not able to understand what's going on or right from wrong or anything like that. So she's not competent to stand trial was the arguments that they had. That's why this case was delayed a lot. It was a lot of mental health examinations. So they had that sort of effect, But at the end of the day, that's not going to get you far because you're just going to be held in jail until the point that you're competent to stand trial. So she would have never been adjudicated, but it's not like they were going to dismiss the charges and let her go home. So she's in there. She's either in there because she's not competent to stand trial. She's in there because she's convicted, or she's in the system because she's not guilty by insanity. Any way you shake it, she's in there. Yeah, and then she brought in Haley. Here, come talk to the news and tell them exactly what I'm telling you to say. Just say yes. I'm going to ask you a question. Just say yes. She's very glory seeking. She is. I don't think that was her intent. I think she abused him because she's not a happy person. She's not happy with her life for whatever reason. Took it out on him and then went too far and then tried to cover it up. Let's see. I don't know about dissociative identity disorder. I've dealt with people mainly in manic depressive, or we call it bipolar disorder now, with underlying mania and psychosis and things like that. Those people truly don't remember. So I don't know about this. If they said they lost track of time. Did they remember things though? And how are you making these statements and these claims if you don't truly remember? Yeah, I'm assuming as well. They're going to put, I don't know how many defense witnesses they would actually be able to get at the end of the day. I know even Sarah Boone is having a hard time trying to locate an expert for her. And they're just talking about battered wife syndrome, not anything like this. So I don't know how. They might only have one because they can only find one. Yeah, two. Yeah. There were a lot of mental health professionals that found her competent to stand trial, but that was challenged left and right. The defense got somebody. Maybe it's the same woman that they're calling to the stand. At the end of the day, you could probably always find an expert that's going to say what you want them to say. If you dig deep enough, go deep enough in the trenches and pay enough. Yeah, sorry. I put a post on Twitter, but I forgot to put it on Facebook. Yeah, we're still live. We're not changing feeds. The feed was looking pretty good, so I was going to keep it and just keep going with the stream. Sorry about that. I should have put it on Facebook as well. They reported that they knew what they were doing. They just lost track of time. That's interesting. I'm wondering how that would, I mean, if you know what you're doing, it's not much of a defense. This isn't like the other type of insanity where I know what I'm doing is right or wrong. I just couldn't control my impulse. That's the old type of insanity defense that's no longer recognized, at least not in Colorado, and I would imagine very few states. I have no idea what's going on with the chat in Facebook anyways. I see you guys coming through now, your Facebook chats. Yeah, it's exactly. Everything else was to cover up her abuse. With this particular incident, I think the other stuff was really attention seeking, or she figured out how to manipulate people by accusing or by making baseless accusations about stuff in order to get the reaction she wanted, whether it was be from her husband's attention or moving out of Alaska or whatever. she tries to manipulate. And I think this particular case, I think it was abuse and she was trying to cover it up. And then she went into the manipulation mode. Maybe, yeah, Trump was indicted. So maybe that's what's causing some of the issues. Everyone watching that got his picture taken in court, I hear. I haven't followed it much. We could talk about that. Might be more entertaining than this case. This is a sad case, and it's just very sad. I wanna have a fun, exciting case, and I'm hoping that the nonsense of the defense will get us there at some point. I'm not sure how much of a master she is, but she definitely gets people to do things. Period. Yeah, I can see both. I can see both chats here. But
Right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Oh, we're missing the defense lawyers. Okay.
We're also missing the video feed.
There we go. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. I hear that. Now it's gone. Is it still there? Echo? No? Okay.
I hear no echo.
I don't know why, but it seems really hot in here to me. We'll just have to do the best that we can and go from there.
Where's our video?
So what I'll do is, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. And then we'll start there for a few minutes, I guess, to authenticate the voices on the CDs and go from there. And there's nothing we can do either. We can't open the doors or anything. Okay, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
You guys can hear this, right? Let me know if you can hear everything. I can't see anything. There's no video.
Are you okay, Beck?
Yes.
Okay.
Does seem warmer than this morning.
A lot warmer than this morning. And it's like a meat locker in my chambers, but so
We have no video. I'm not sure what's going on.
You can find the regular size, the adult size.
Well, good. At least you guys can hear the audio. I am not seeing any video. There's some video coming up, but just of the judge's crotch, which is fun. I have no idea why we don't have any video. So the jury's coming in right now. I thought they were going to hear some arguments, but the jury is coming in. And then we're going to get a lot of audio recordings. Sounds like recordings of telephone calls between Al and the defendant while he was in the while he was with the investigators. So this should be interesting.
all rise for the jury, please.
I don't see video anywhere. There's the judge's crotch. Judge, you forgot to turn the other cameras on. I'm just checking some other feeds to see if anybody has video. Yeah, and nobody does. The only thing we have is the judge, which I guess we'll look at him until we get something else.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were getting ready to start listening to some audio recordings of telephone calls. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen?
And excuse me, sorry, Judge. What I would like to do before we actually jump into those phone calls is clean up some of the timeline, any confusion, Judge. And what I want to start with first is showing the Mr. Stauch, People's Exhibit number 32. May I approach the witness?
32. That was not one that was, so that's new.
That's new.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
go ahead.
We have more witness or more questions for the witness before we get into the videos.
And take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit number 32. Flip through it, and then let me know when you're familiar with it.
I'm going to enlarge the video for the judge. We have nothing else, but I am going to keep an eye on everything else. And if we get the courtroom angle again, we'll bring it up. This is very entertaining court stream here.
Had a chance to look that through?
Yeah, I've looked it through, kind of thumbed through it.
Okay. What is People's Exhibit 32, just generally speaking?
Generally speaking, it's multiple text message threads between myself and the defendant.
On the outside cover of that binder, does it have sort of a key on it that tells us what we're looking at inside the binder?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it have a blue box with your phone number above it?
It does.
And again, just to remind the jury, what is your phone number?
843-478-6714.
And then the other side of that cover sheet, does it have a green box that would signify defendant's text messages?
It does.
And does it have her phone number also listed there?
Yes, sir.
What is that phone number?
843-655-7460.
In the date range, so you'd have to go to the very first text message in that binder and then look at the very last text message in that binder. The first one, is that on January 26, 2020?
Yes, sir.
What time? Should have the time on it.
I have a timestamp of 12:59:05.
And then the very last text message?
January 29th at 8:16:48.
Say that time again, I'm sorry.
It says 8:16:48.
So 48 seconds.
48 seconds, yes.
Yep, okay. Are those fair and accurate, basically depictions of your text messages between the defendant and yourself for that
We're getting
time?
the camera set
January
up.
26, 2020 through January 29th, 2020.
Yes, what I've seen so far, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 32.
Defense?
I don't mind if they use this exhibit to refresh his recollection as the time and dates and so forth. I don't think the proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the exhibit, as far as where these text messages came from, how they came into being and so forth. I think they'll probably be laid for a different witness later on.
I don't have Exhibit 32, so all I know is that they are generally described as text messages. Let me see them.
Okay.
And that's accurate. I don't have 32, right?
No.
Okay.
What you have is photographs.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay.
All right, we're going to get the courtroom feed in a second.
Assume you want us.
So we're just going to go through a bunch of text messages before we get to a bunch of audio recordings. Yes, everyone loves the judge's voice.
Is that-
Okay, that's better. I don't know what their deal was. The courtroom staff, they're not used to this streaming live sort of thing.
Mr. Allen?
So, Mr. Stauch, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
What would their objection basis be?
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stauch, because it would be obviously
Show
a
them to
lot of
us.
text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
Is it a page number?
No, you'll have to look at the time and date stamp, so it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what time?
2:48 a.m.
2:48 a.m.
She's texting him at 2:48 a.m. Building her story, her cover-up.
Yes.
Do you see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they need
What
to
does
learn.
that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
So when the text message in your mind says he is, who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Because I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay, so based on context, you were able to determine that at least from the defendant's phone is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed like gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay.
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m. I don't see.
I don't think they're
8:10
going to.
a.m. about the candle.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because he
She took the
because the
stand,
smell from
maybe.
Yes, I remember that.
was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord.
Okay.
If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in and doing
Mhm.
that on his own.
That answer is suspect. I mean, kids do things.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sure.
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
Yes, the
I believe
27th.
there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember, I don't know if frustration is right word. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way
Glad
that she
you're
was
back.
expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020? So
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but
Okay.
As far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What was, what did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking in a general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through, he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friends' parents and, calling his mom and stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was.
So let me stop you there and
Okay.
we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay. So what we had talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Okay. So this is more
And
like
then we
the
talked
old
earlier
style of
about you going
insanity.
to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because
So,
okay.
yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So again, just to make sure that we're all clear,
Mhm.
the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe
No,
I
she's
did,
not
yes, sir.
looking at anything.
And it
She's
sounds like what
staring
you're
off into
describing is that you
space.
were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, is who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard. And they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, two things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into the hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I confirmed.
So yeah.
Hold on. What's his name?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here. And obviously we're talking
Wasn't
about
he just talking
your
about what
son,
she said?
and understand that this is a stressful moment for you, having to recollect this from 3 years ago. Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can't.
And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape,
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did. Oh, sorry.
Had been admitted, so I thought that's what you wanted.
I thought we did it, Judge.
Oh, no, it was me.
Interesting. I can see it. I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't.
And as always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer. So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story?
That's what I
I'm not
have.
asking you to look at the text
Yeah, I'm not-
messages.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was that, like I said, she had got raped the person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up.
I feel like this is asked and answered.
He talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person, that it happened in Gannon's bedroom.
I would object to ask
And
and answer.
that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
We get you. I know he said he wanted to set a timeline.
Did she
but
tell
he
you
didn't
where
ask the
that
same
rape
question.
had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but
Yeah.
it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you were in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, a little, I mean, that's the best way to put it, just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It was just kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask
Freaking
you
out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but it seemed, I mean, she was frantic, like I said, and freaking out. So it was kind of rushed and, she was telling me about how she got raped allegedly. So
Wish we could see her face a little closer.
What did you do with that information?
She's putting her
uh,
face in her shirt.
Now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom.
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who is her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
I went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'm gonna put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did, she complied and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was a bullshit story and that something else was going on and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe. And then
Probably a smart move by him.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Tell you, my app updated the other day or yesterday, or even maybe today. So maybe you need to update.
Did the defendant at that time give you the impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took, that there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. Do you remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house? So this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house, or phone calls.
So let me clarify this. You said after she had like physically moved out, or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the
Okay.
house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically, we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation, because it became very volatile by that point.
So, did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself, Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah, I don't remember. I don't know exactly
Okay.
what last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house separate from that group, who was at the house?
My
Should
brother
try it sometime.
Les, Stauch. I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy, Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify, whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich, I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while. So I did see, when I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
On and
No,
off,
sir.
real quick.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
How long was it before they found the blood under the bed?
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. During that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we start into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed in, yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, different something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So,
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls,
Yeah.
obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned.
mhm.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Or yeah, some version of that. There was another name, I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I
Okay.
think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you
yeah.
there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo,
Mhm.
that's a yes or no.
Yes, yeah.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about, there was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
So let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike, or Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a little slow on the follow-up.
Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment.
Oh, now we're
That
going to hear a
first
bunch of video or audio recordings.
pretext phone call.
I'm hoping it's entertaining
Which
and enlightening,
is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted.
but I'm nervous it's boring. Let's see.
Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been
No,
myself.
it's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
were you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're at this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many. what
Hour
you're
and
gonna do is
57
when you
minutes?
Stop one and begin the other. You'll just have to tell, for purposes of the record, what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to take notes for all of this. All right, this is supposed to be the first phone call he makes to her while he's with the investigators. But you heard how much she talked just in that little television interview I played earlier. So I imagine it's going to be a lot of her talking and him saying uh-huh and uh-uh.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we'd be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. Don't have our technological issues, but it's not mine. All you have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't. Okay.
Hello.
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha?
Yeah, much like Daryl Brooks. Also, much like Daryl Brooks, I don't think she's willing to accept responsibility
Hello?
for the things she's done.
Hey.
Whose voice was that?
That was the defendant's voice.
Okay. So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Why didn't you say anything?
Yeah, I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get service off Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So what's up?
I'm so hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No,
Huh?
no.
Why not?
They don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I bought like debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
He's
Just
with
the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and all they car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and my social security card and my birth certificate.
he's with investigators, and they're
My
recording his phone
passport,
call.
which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop and they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on this. I should have my car back in a day or two. Well, I'm still waiting and I don't have a way to get to work. Sure as I got my way to drive to Denver and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like I called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my card, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my contents like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Placed on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? Where?
Is she on a burner phone, maybe? Because they took everything else of hers. Also, there was someone put a video together during the break, and it looks like Letecia was had earplugs in her ears, and so she's not actually listening to anything anybody has to say. She's plugged her ears, is what it appears to be. So shows the kind of person she is. She's not facing anybody. She's not listening to anybody. Very much a coward in my eyes. And why they're putting everybody through, why she's putting everybody through this
Hello.
trial.
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just died. So I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here, to call you back on because I don't only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Anyway, so like, I'm not into that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and my, you know how I have those badges I got to get in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
I
where
can't
she's
freaking
staying,
get into my
but she did
secure
move out.
part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, and high school diploma. And I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what, did anything ever happen with that job? That new MOS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said, it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said, when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I've told them.
Well,
like they want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine. But like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? Can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
I can't breathe even 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
I'm just trying to put the window down on this stupid thing because, it's hot. And like I'm having to like run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I could drive your car to your store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too.
Very selfish.
Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So
You stand by yourself?
me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been like me with my family members the whole time. So
So how long can your Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people been kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
yeah, I'm not. I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday, okay? You said you wouldn't question, you would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday, like, what do you mean Saturday? Like right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after y'all, whoever found us and took Harley's car, that's where we had left from, was the attorney. But anyway. All right. So I'm going to just go through certain things. I'm not going to read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more of like in law terms. But, you know, key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DEN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. We did was stick a bandage on it. Whatever. And I said something to him about, again, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. Hold on. Wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
And he was helping me unload. Like I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage,
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I have put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he was talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. Right. So during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Oh, okay, this is the first
That's my understanding.
I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, but hold on. He had the key was in our room and on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key.
She's like hiding in her shirt.
He was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I walked on it, and I was like, yeah, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage? Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. Said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay, so that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says, we came in the house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there, because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question, because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay. So then I sat on the sofa.
She's talking with
now
Gannon's father
my friend said they were going to
on the
read
phone.
to a later time
It's
that we
being
could do
recorded
the
by
fight.
investigators.
Gannon kept coming in there saying, "Are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here?" So took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, you know, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a lot of noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the toy cons or joy cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever.
It started with
But there was a
rumors
loud
in the
noise,
community or something.
and he
She's
was
just
in his room.
rambling.
So then he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever. So I told him to come upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had these Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, you know, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year, I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedia pops or whatever, and he took some Miralax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, you know, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, yada, 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 right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Crystal clear.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, you know. Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, got delayed because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Loudoun when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, like, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, like, crying, like, oh my God, you know, like, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, you know, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. You know, Gannon went over the whole, like, I don't want you to think any of this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
But then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So
This is what
me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, you know, like I lost a lot of babies.
If anyone watches The
I
Office,
said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. You know, I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because we're over here upset.
you remember Aaron from The Office.
And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, you know, kind of being silly about, oh, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell Daddy, you know, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got called into work. So I was like, crap, we had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had spaghetti, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got called on a hike. So we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on a hike through the trails in Morrison Range. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, Gannon had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says, Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. We went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. And I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian. And I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so Gannon's stomach hurt, and he was, Gannon's stomach hurt, and most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So And during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, Gannon's stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know he would get, you
Yeah.
know, whatever. The second he asked me about the bath salts. Still, hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath salt because I thought maybe he just wants to be clean. You know, whatever. I didn't know any of that. So then, next section.
Generally,
Right, so then
yes.
the next section.
Very few exceptions. Defendants are
I don't remember
required to be
exactly
in
who
court.
took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like,
It's
going back
very
in there.
fast.
I said, okay. So then here's my next note. All right, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand it. He said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again,
Grayson. He said Grayson?
he said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, does kids in 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology?
Yeah, right.
Given
I said right, yeah.
the benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grace and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight? Or
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. Told me that his Uncle Matt was gonna visit. I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I have no clue who it is. Matt, I have no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was talking about his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay, you know, again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he
This reminds
probably
me of
has
like Sarah
friends,
Boone,
family
just
on the
talking
other
and
part of the
talking,
country that
talking,
maybe he was missing or whatever. So it says, so again, I was like, boy, yeah, so again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready. And I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. I said, you know, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. Lena had laid down. I had went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something on Roku. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire? And I look around, don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay.
There's a report that the alarm was going with the
So I'm
back
like,
door
okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with
during
this
the
thing.
alleged rape.
Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything.
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there when Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, "Do you hear that? It said fire, right?" She's like, "Yes."
Yes,
So
but I believe
I grab Lena, run her outside, run her with the
before she went to
dogs,
Florida.
give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Run back inside, still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, man. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out when the heck I was at. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I couldn't get. I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors, whatever.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs, and when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on, and there was fire. I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing, and Gannon had on or whatever, and I just jumped on them. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. But I just jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. It wasn't bad. It was that's like, you know how you get a little bit of oil on it and it's just underneath the skin, but as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or this inside? I mean, but how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part, but remind me that. Say this later. I told the investigators later that I said I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, he wasn't complaining oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines. But I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first. Because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was caught.
Hey, what time was this? So I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage.
Well, I mean, I told them originally I don't have access to the ADT now, but I told them because the ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would say
he was done at opening argument.
Within that few minutes.
Yeah, fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. What were they big? Were they small? What was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because.
Understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. Always jumping in your truck because the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We turn your truck on and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. It was the carbon, it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
okay.
What we did was we drove around the block and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said,
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around the block, Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Poor investigators are scribbling
you didn't have much gas.
furiously.
I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, I was in shock. So I put back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking at Gannon.
The candle fire.
At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. Right there had little bubbly spots. Okay, so they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had, when Gannon was laying there and I grabbed him to get him up, okay, because I remember it was that,
Oh, God.
one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking, he's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming, and when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
What is the kid? But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you. I don't know
if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire.
Yeah, that's it.
We get
That's
in the
whole
car,
fire.
and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because of the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or covering outside or whatever, if I would have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten again. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. I'm back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, come lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. Ken was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said,
Yes,
okay.
but I believe this is
Will you
before she
lay
went to
in Lena's
Florida
bed?
and
said
dumped
yes.
his body
He started to say he was cold and had a
around
little bit
someone
of
at this
shivers.
time.
And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me, whatever. He didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever? He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it hadn't broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It hadn't broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that, I said, I honestly probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, the house is smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked on Gannon. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we were like, are you okay? He was more scared of anything.
I was waiting for someone to comment.
I was like, whoops, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about like I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Gannon was scared of being grounded a year. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my whole point. I said, as long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, If you don't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Gannon was still like, upset. He was not only emotional about the situation, his foot was hurting. So
I don't think
that's where we were
this
at with
is-
Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
I think it makes her sound guilty to me, anyways, as opposed to crazy. But the defense should be able to spin this into I'm crazy. Listen to how she's rambling on.
I know I wanted to chime in, but I was like, geez, I couldn't get an edge in word or a word in edgewise.
I know. She just go.
She
Go.
doesn't shut up. And
I
no,
put the ring
I
girl in
agree.
the corner, by the way.
It sounds like somebody who's trying to get the story straight because they know what they did. It doesn't sound crazy to me at all. It sounds like.
Yeah, it could be manic, but if you've ever really talked to a manic person, and maybe there's somebody here who could,
I'm back.
Right.
it doesn't sound
All right,
manic.
so later on in the night, Gannon woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. Should I hadn't pooped yet? I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Gannon wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think you probably were still asleep. You might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. Finally, I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Gannon can stay at home tomorrow because he is so terrified of pooping in his pants. So the next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada, yada, yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurses line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give him Miralax, yada, yada, yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom. He had blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass. And if not, then we needed to call our care
And there's
provider.
a recording of it. I think
Somebody
she
beat
took
me
it.
up over that, saying you didn't need to
So-
have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say.
I'm
I
assuming,
was
right?
trying to
Did she
make the
take the
point
recording?
of
Does
does
anyone
the
know?
boy need to have anything done, or can I just give him like an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give him like an enema or something? Because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound manic to me, though.
That morning, we were like, I said, Gannon, I'm gonna stay at home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself.
People sound
Remember,
like
we let Gannon stay by
otherworldly when they're
himself.
manic.
He's
And
been
this doesn't sound
responsible,
manic.
whatever. But in this state, as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, him being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal times, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today.
It's kind of turning into
Yes,
white
you are.
noise.
And I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy that was on Craigslist because he had this bike, like a touring bike.
Maybe
and I
they're
said,
going to
Yeah.
be convinced. I
you
don't know.
need to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday?
Yes.
Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop regularly took, that was the bath salts day, like to Saturday.
Is she going through her
I had
notes?
Miralax on Saturday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
here it is.
reading it.
I guess
She has
I
a notarized
and said it
statement.
said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those like Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah,
and
right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on,
Letecia
I'm
has
trying
a
to
written
just
statement.
because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain or did he pain medicine or anything like that
Right.
to help him?
Pain medicine because I didn't have any pain medicine gift. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put the aloe,
Yeah, I
the
agree. It
green
doesn't sound
aloe
yummy.
on it, and I said, "You can. What do you like, Sadie?" And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, you know, being yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So he like you didn't give him any like children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, you know, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would just assume that if his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day, or was that just did that go down that night, or how like that's worrying me too.
Okay, so to get to the next part, Gannon started to kill it.
Wait, like when? When would how? When did he start to kill it?
Gannon started to kill it because I guess he was
According to
either
his testimony.
asleep, I don't know, anxious. I don't know. Monday, he started to kill it, like
Okay.
kill his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had like I don't want to say like not gooey stuff or whatever, but it's almost like it was like popping it type thing. And I said,
Oh yeah, like a blister or something. Yeah.
I said, listen, if it gets worse, we're gonna drive straight. And that was already the plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You know, you and I've had that conversation before where you would say like, every little thing later ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see if he was talking fine, normal, acting normal. I didn't see at that point in time that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize.
She's somewhere local, but I don't know where she's staying.
Because, you know, obviously he starts to peel things.
But she's vacated the house.
So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning. To your phone.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying
she
in
knew
the
what she was
bed,
getting into.
whatever.
She knew
went
he had
back in
these
there,
issues.
checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte, because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things, like on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall. You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh.
You never talked to me about this.
Okay, fair, fine. I mean, I'm just. This is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall?
I have no idea how I would try to break this down into a coherent story.
Oh, so it wasn't like a lot, like all over the place. It was just like a little streaks or something. Oh.
I said, Gannon, says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to re-bandage your arm. I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that, I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike.
Right.
He says, you have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now. Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked the kid that, but based on my judgment
At this time,
and what I was doing with him,
son is.
I didn't think that he needed to go right away.
They don't
We
know
went
what
on
this is
about
like
our
the next
business.
day.
And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so on. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? Because, you know, he had hurt his foot on the boards outside. And I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay? So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have that it was on him, but I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day, yada, yada, yada. So we're going to go get coffee, just hang out. And I said, there were some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. And that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I end up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike on the back of the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
And also knows that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in it, helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of that old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
Harley's bag, because she don't use that bag.
The little book bag, the softball bag that's like a book bag.
Right.
Oh.
So we were going to take it to a sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things to skates or hockey skates or whatever. Cause
You talking about play it against sports over there that we went to?
That's a tricky question.
So far across town.
I got you.
When they first met, he was like 2.
Plan for Monday. Go to play it against sports, get some coffee,
Family
get
dynamics
gas,
there.
and we were going to monitor his arm along the way, go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
We go to, drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been by its first.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts.
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Hey, Dunkin' Donuts Sharon lady already released a video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window. I can grab. Sorry, I didn't mean to say F, and I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee out the car. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a Frappuccino, but he said he didn't want it. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts. So then we drive from the Dunkin' Donuts, and we go up. Turn 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up the bottom.
80? You mean 85?
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of area.
What, like past? Wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
The roads. Okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there, close to. Yeah, okay. But that's towards Walmart. Turn. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So that's the route that I take, which I'm sure they had because I'm not hiding anything for the GPS that I took. So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap! I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Lately, I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and end up making a curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. We're going to go to PetSmart, but we ended up Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco? You went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
That might know Holly's work.
Yeah,
the investigators
smart,
verify the Petco so we can
That's
go
what
for
I'm saying.
surveillance.
I got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
So I go to Petco and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. He was like, you want to stay in the car playing the Switch. Again, Colorado law is he could sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, so he had it. So he took his Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
You talking about a truck, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well,
Yeah, she is not taking a breath.
Yada, yada, yada. I was going in because Sadie has been having these things. I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs have periods or stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm looking at them, whatever. And I set the phone down because I'm and my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these? Or should I just call the pet you know, but then maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever it may be. So then, go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Gannon was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck. And what if he needed to get out pee or, you know, whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs.
Yeah, and Landon,
Of course,
his
this is what these people
biological
talk
mother
about.
of Gannon.
I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the play against Fort.
But wait a minute, why were you so? I'm kind of confused because like you said you were worried about him getting out, but like you know we've gone to the gas station and like he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know. Maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off, so like if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay, all right, yeah. I was just that kind of was weird because like he's usually he does what we tell him, stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Hey, not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he was feeling well.
Yeah,
so I was
fine. I got you.
What if he had to poo? You know, whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Looking in the car.
I got you. It just was weird that you said that, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead.
Well, I went on, got the things checked out, left. I don't remember if we were stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Planet Against Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote back about the bike with the pictures. And I was asking about prices and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go
She
to the
really
man's
said yada,
house
yada, yada.
Yeah. That's like her go-to.
Without like I wanted it to be legit.
Oh, she said that before. I apparently.
In the car, and
Oh,
I
yeah,
got
she's
in the car, I
been
got getting in the car.
Like Phil
so I
Spade.
thought, I need to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I need to make sure this is legit. So I'm like, send me a picture of the bike. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like, he wasn't acting like. Was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
Yes, it was taped by
So
investigators.
you weren't going to go to his house or
Gannon's
something? He was just going to meet you in general?
With investigators.
I told
right
him
Calling
messages that I
his
didn't want to just go to some random person's house, and that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, yeah, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision. So.
So again, open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon was talking about it, and he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like,
So wait, I missed the part. You said so. You went to Petco. You said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
We didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay.
He's just trying to
I
play
got
cater
confused. I'm
and
sorry.
making me laugh.
Okay. It was a priority first. Okay. So I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see the information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it was Craigslist.
So someone had something on Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit.
He's so acting. Does she not?
You there?
You put wood and stuff on
That's what I
Craigslist.
mean.
Yeah, I mean for
Okay,
me,
so maybe
I
she's
didn't-
picking up on it now.
I never
so
trust that shit
smart.
because they always have those sketchy people doing, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that. Remember?
Like that's
Yeah,
such a
like,
good idea.
This was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what I'm. That's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go up Palmer Lake, heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area, whatever.
what a warehouse of bikes or something.
She said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring
okay.
and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
So get out on this road. So if you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. Okay, I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
On 25.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how you're going to before you get to Castle. Oh, it's where we went to take the remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can take that back road.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS.
Yada, yada, yada. That's what I was thinking.
Went left and went down that little hill with a little.
You need that sound
store
effect.
at, and I thought, this can't be the right way because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up. Went across straight and realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like
Yeah, like woods and stuff. Yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're barking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposed to be at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
Yeah, he's still trying to look for his son.
You had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gannon was like, why can't we just go by to the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? So we were like talking. I was like, yeah, I'll just figure out another place.
Does anybody know what day this is? Like, are we on the same day?
You for Valentine's Day for it. That was like whole.
The phone call. I don't know. Took place
No, I mean
somewhere.
like the story she's telling. Is this the same
We
day?
never got to
God,
play
that's
sports
so
because
many.
I have no idea.
It was approaching the time that we needed to be headed back.
Okay.
So I said, Gannon, I'll just come back and go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I have been talking about the hockey sticks. So we come back up, heading back towards the house.
I think so, yes. I think it's all the 27th.
Jesus.
Yeah, we had to get back to Lena.
Trying to explain, she left for a
I'll
while.
tell you a point that we left that day because
Nobody remembers this much detail. I don't.
Let me go back to this.
This is only a few days later, remember? This is like 4 days, 5 days later.
On Monday.
It's like a lot of detail. Like a lot. Like I turned left on this road, this exit, this it was yeah, you know what I mean? And like when people get that, to me, it's just like such a turn off. I can't do it. Especially when this kid is missing and you're supposed to be kind of worried, right? She doesn't sound worried at all. She's just matter of fact. This is the whole day we did. And mind you,
they're taking a break. Okay.
She started this and said, that's what she said is like, I have this notarized. It sounded like she said she had this notarized details of the whole time that she was reading off of.
Did she say that or
in the beginning, right? In the beginning, I swear to God, she said that.
So she's just like frantically writing down stuff that matches the story she wants to tell.
That's what I mean. That's why I was like, because when he would, if you heard, like, I know everybody's tuning out, but when he was like asking her questions, she go, well, I didn't get to that part yet. Like,
I'm going to have to cut that part out and play it in, 0.75 speed or less, and then try to make sense of what she was saying.
Yeah. Because you'll hear her say that, like, I want.
Hang on, are they going to break?
3:20 then?
3:20.
Okay.
All right,
Going on a break.
Back at 3:20. Thank you.
All rise.
So only 20 minutes. It's 3 o'clock now. Yeah, she might have been reading her statements.
Yeah, because she said something about, how they told me I needed to get notarized or something, so I have it. So, and then when he would stop her and be like, or he would stop and ask her, well, wait, what was this about or whatever, she'd be like, well, we haven't gotten to that part yet.
Oh, yeah.
Like-
Okay, yeah. So yeah, well, hang on, I'll get there.
Yeah.
So court is on break. Let me put that up. Just so everybody knows what's going on. The court's taking a 20-minute break, and we'll see if we can get to some of the chats I might have missed. I already put that up. Yeah, someone had to listen to this over and over and over and try to make sense of it, and they probably listened to it at half speed, I would imagine.
Mhm.
I feel like I should, but I don't want to re-listen to it and try to take notes, because I was not at all taking notes. Usually I take fairly thorough notes when there's testimony going on or if there's recordings and people say things. There was no way I was going to be able to keep up with that. I wrote down yada, yada, yada. That's what I wrote down.
I was trying to, but then that's where I started getting confused. I'm like, is she still in the same day? Because she kept saying, well, then on Saturday, and I'm like, well, what day is this now?
How far behind are they? You mean the court is about...
Oh, the time zone, you mean?
Oh, the time zone?
Yeah, I
If
see you
you're referring
looking
to the time
longingly
zone,
over at all our binders over here.
it's mountain
What's that?
time.
See, he's looking envious at all our binders over here.
Yeah, it's old school stuff.
So it's 3:00 p.m. In Colorado. Now my stream is about 20 seconds behind. I wanted to do that so I had some buffering time because yesterday it was giving me issues. Yeah, but it's 3:01 there currently. Yeah, she can talk. Definitely.
She was exhausting.
It was tiring listening to her. And I can't imagine that this guy has been with this woman. So it sounds like since 2018, kind of going through his timeline. It wasn't quite clear. So I'm going to go back up, and it sounds like he met the defendant first in January of 2015. And then in 2018 is when he got divorced and they got together. And then they moved into the house after Alaska in early 2019. So that's sort of the rough timeline. But they, it's 5:01 here, Eastern time. So that's sort of the timeline. But they knew each other, and I believe he said that they had known each other since Gannon was 2 or something like that. So she's familiar with the family. She's got to be familiar with Gannon, especially if they're dating and moving in and getting married. She's got to be familiar with his issues. I don't know. I don't know if they were all divorced. There was a question about it, and I didn't quite hear the answer because it was kind of muffled with the audio at the time. There might have been a little bit of overlap. Actually, let me take that back. The witness said that they were separated. He was separated with his wife when he first got together with the defendant. So they weren't fully divorced at the time. However, they had known each other. Gannon was 11 when he died in 2020. So if I'm doing my math right, in 2020 he was 11. That means he was born when? I'm not even doing my math right now. Let's see. I got to go to the calculator.
So correct me if I'm wrong. She said
2009 he was born. So if they met in like 2014, 2015, he would have been like 4, 5, 6, something like that. So that doesn't really line up unless unless my notes are mistaken. What are you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say. So the only really part I got out of that story, is like, was she saying that there was a fire that started and they packed up and just drove around the block?
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about the fire and stuff, but really, I mean, these are the pictures from the home, and I believe these are like some of the pictures that were, if I'm not mistaken, I might be mistaken, these are pictures taken by the defendant and sent to Al.
Okay, just candle wax on the ground. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's not a lot.
And usually the candle wax will put that fire or put that little wick right out. So what are you doing?
Well, and there's also a question like, that's dark brown and the candle is white. candle wax would usually just sort of be the color that it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It doesn't really make sense why it's the
Well,
color.
what was she saying about his blanket? Like his blanket was on fire from all this?
Oh, she said that he burnt his arm and stuff, but there's no signs of that.
Yeah.
Who was asking? Let's see.
Yeah, I was looking.
Jack, how are you gonna wake us up?
Oh, you got to wake us up? You weren't entertained by that lady?
Oh yeah.
Do they realize their audio is
candy?
No, I don't think they do.
She doesn't eat it. But she keeps it.
Ooh.
That was weird. I just started talking and it was in my ear.
Oh, is it?
I love listening to these people talking. They don't know that they're going out into the world.
Right.
Let's see. He'd have to be very responsible for me to leave him alone or babysitting. Yeah. She doesn't sound like a very competent person, although I guess she managed to raise a 17-year-old daughter, but she might be one of those kids that kind of raise themselves.
Yeah. Well, I agree with, I've seen some people saying narcissist versus mental, and I think it's complete narcissist. I don't think she has.
Yeah, that term's thrown around a lot. I don't know if it's narcissist. It could be.
Yeah, you're right.
It could be. Look at me.
I know.
Kind of approach.
But a lot of that, like with her interview, like they need to apologize to me. And what I get from all this talk too with her and Al is like, do you understand that his child is missing? And you're just like it's listen to my story, listen to what I have to, I don't know. It's just
it's definitely guilt. And especially when we played the video where she was being interviewed by the news reporter, and when she said, I expect him to come home and then apologize to me for doing all this. Trying to place the child as essentially the perpetrator and you as the victim is something I see a lot, again, doing kind of family law stuff. Something I see a lot of people that are trying to justify their actions.
Yeah. And I agree that narcissist word and gaslighting gets thrown around so much, and it doesn't really mean what people think it means.
Right. It does. I think she's, somebody said she might be bipolar, and she might be. But I think it's probably tending more towards narcissism. She's got to be the center of attention.
Yeah.
She said she didn't want to leave him home alone with a tummy ache, but normally it'd be okay. She said a lot.
Yeah. And then the whole thing with the car, like I found that weird too. Like when he said, oh, we always leave him in the car when we go in the store. And then she's like, I was watching out the door to make sure he was okay. Like, I doubt, you know what I mean? Like just these extra details really got me.
Yeah, so many details. She's definitely trying to come up with a story. The only people that come up with that level of detail is someone that's trying to hide, in my opinion, someone that's trying to hide the truth.
And like, I honestly see, and it might just be me, but I can barely tell you what I did yesterday as a whole. So when I hear people tell these like detailed, like 3-day events, I'm like, what? I don't remember what I was wearing yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what she was thinking. She figures if she talks enough and makes herself out to be the victim, maybe people will feel bad for her and won't blame her or look at her or consider her a suspect, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just her trying to manipulate the situation. Yeah, exactly. It's her trying to manipulate the situation. That's all this is. That's what she does. She manipulates situations continuously. She manipulated the situation to get her out of Alaska. She tried to manipulate the situation with her employer. It sounds like she thought that she was deserving of promotion and then claimed a bookshelf fell on her to try to manipulate that situation. And then she found herself in a real bad spot and tried to manipulate herself out of it.
Really? What was that about? That was her job?
Oh, you didn't hear that?
No.
She worked at a elementary school, and I'm not sure exactly what she did. But she apparently had a falling out with that school because she thought she was more qualified or more educated than the principal and should have gotten a promotion. And then claimed that let me see it, let me find it here. Claimed that a bookshelf had fallen on her at school, but then there were like no evidence of it, and like she wasn't ever injured, and there was nothing else to really substantiate that or support that. And then she claimed that there was like a bunch of burglaries in the home, but nothing to substantiate that. She claims she fired a gun at somebody or something, but then there was no there was like no evidence that she ever fired a gun in the home. There's a bunch of weird stuff, and then eventually she admitted that she made up all the stuff having to do with burglaries in the home. She admitted to Al that she made that all up, and I don't remember the timeline of when that happened. But those are red flags. The accusations against his unit members of the sexual assault, and then the accusations of the employment situation, the break-ins, all this stuff is just a lot of kind of like warning signs. Like maybe this woman isn't quite right.
No.
Yeah, that's what I said too when I first heard. I'm like, yeah, she worked at a school. Now I don't know her capacity. I don't know. She could have been like working at the school board offices or something, cleaning floors. I have no idea, but
Right.
she only worked at a school.
Well, her stories are so off. I mean, like I was trying to write things down, but when he said she texted him while he was in the living room to come tell him that, she got assaulted. Like that's just the weirdest way.
She's in the bedroom. He's in the living room. She texts him and says, "Come in here. I got to tell you something." And he goes in, and then she says the whole like, "I was raped and Gannon was taken."
Like what the heck?
Yeah, it's really weird. Essentially, we've heard from Gannon's father today. He took the stand first thing this morning. He's the state's first witness, and he started first thing this morning. He went through his entire history, essentially, with the defendant. Talked a lot about his son. It was very emotional and very kind of hard to sit through. But then he basically laid out a scenario of where the defendant manipulated just about every situation she was in, such as when he got stationed in Alaska, he manipulated the situation by accusing some of his unit members of sexually assaulting her so that there would be a justification to go back to Colorado. When she was employed, she would manipulate the situations by either claiming weird, outlandish things, such as she's more educated than the principal, and then claimed that she was injured at work somehow. She was never happy. She apparently took a mysterious trip to go get some training to be a stewardess at some point, but there was really no that she took the trip, but there was no like other evidence that she actually was doing that. She basically blames everybody else and tries to manipulate the situation. And essentially, as someone who doesn't like her life at all, is always trying to find something better. She constantly wanted to travel, constantly did travel, and then constantly also lied about traveling. Essentially, champagne taste on a beer budget. She loved the lifestyle that her husband could afford for her to some extent without, he was kind of driven into bankruptcy a little bit, it sounds like. But she was never really willing to work for it herself. Gannon liked her, but there didn't appear to be anything between Gannon and her, at least that he saw. But yeah, so he's basically trying to say like there weren't really any warning signs until at one point she said that Gannon came after her with a knife and was kind of like out to get her sort of thing. And he's like, well, that's really weird. I've never seen that before. But let's get him into counseling and just see if there's something going on. It turned out to be nothing, and probably an made up lie again by the defendant. And then we got into the situation at hand where she said Gannon he was premature and he had some bowel issues or something like that. She had claimed that she kept Gannon home from school on the 27th because of some stomach issues. That's what she told the school and told her father. And then also there were some text messages between him and her. He was on deployment, by the way. He wasn't home on the 26th, 27th that weekend. And he was told that there was an incident with a candle, but that all was kind of taken care of, I guess. And then she had texted him later that day saying that he was missing. So then he flew home right away and started the search. And then she was making some really puzzling statements. The biggest one that threw Al and got him sort of suspecting her was that she picked him up from the airport in a rental car and claimed that she didn't want to use hers because they were going to be driving around a lot looking for Gannon, and hers was a lease, and that she had left her school at the left her car rather at the elementary school parking lot. While he was driving around looking for Gannon, he went by the school and didn't see her car. So all of a sudden he was thinking, all right, something is up. I don't trust her anymore. He confronted her on that. That's when she ended up saying that she was raped and Gannon was taken by this guy. He kept questioning her about that, such as, well, where's the blood? You said that Gannon was injured. Oh, I cleaned it up. Well, where are the rags that you cleaned it up with? Oh, I threw those out. Well, where'd you throw them out? Oh, I dumped them somewhere. Nothing was adding up for him. So that's when he went back to the sheriff and said, I think my wife has something to do with this. And then we get to the point where we are now, which is where the investigators are recording phone calls between Al and the defendant, trying to figure out where Gannon is. And so hopefully that gets you all caught up as to what we've gone through today. That was a lot.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that made me think I had a question in the middle of all of her yapping, but now I'm gonna have to think of it.
Yeah, she doesn't know how to be happy unless the earth revolves around her. There's other people out there too that they want the attention of being a victim, Munchausen syndrome. And a lot of people, will project that on their kids, and that's Munchausen by proxy, where they like the attention of being sick or being a victim of some sort. And she might be suffering from that a little bit too, not necessarily by proxy, but she likes the attention of being, quote, a victim. I'm a victim of burglary. I'm a victim of this or that. So however she can get attention, whether it's as a victim or because of my travels or because I'm an awesome stay-at-home mom and the biological mother's a good for nothing, whatever, she likes the attention.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was a lot. I tried to summarize it, and I probably missed a few things. Oh, we lost Jamie. She'll be back. Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. So the neighbor had shown Al the ring camera that shows the defendant leaving the house with Gannon and then leaving the house at like 10 a.m. and then returning at 2 p.m. without Gannon. And so that combined with the fact that he couldn't find her car where she said she left it, both of those things really sort of tipped him off.
And he's doing so good and he's cracking me up. But it's like, oh, you're right. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I know. I predicted it. It was going to be a lot of her talking and him saying, okay, yeah, she is interacting with her attorneys now. When the jury's not there. So that's a good catch. She is doing that. She's sitting up more. She's being more like a normal person. And then when the jury's there, she's just sort of sitting, maybe feigning her insanity.
Yeah.
They did show did they show that video? Which video? They didn't show the ring camera video. They did show the video that she took when Gannon was crying after the essentially after she was yelling at him on the 26th. They did play that for the jury. Oh, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, no, they didn't show the ring camera yet. Yeah, me too, kind of.
So is it supposed to have been where they left together and that's when she ended him and then did whatever she did, like put him in the suitcase and then came back to the house? I'm trying.
I
it's
don't.
so
Yeah,
confusing.
I don't know. It's not clear. Based off of where the blood is and the whole suitcase thing, and that
Yeah.
there was blood in her car, she left in Al's pickup truck
Yeah.
with him at 10 a.m. and then she returned at 2. And although they didn't see Gannon get out of the car, they don't think that. I don't think they think that the murder took place there. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's why, because I kept hearing like there's video of her leaving and then him not being with her, but then again, like the scene where the blood is, like it seems like she killed him in his room.
Yeah. Or at least he
Court
had.
will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Well, Judge, it might be a good idea when we're playing this one because it's so warm. I might stop it after about 30 more minutes, give jurors a chance to maybe stand up and then pick it back up just so we're not.
That's fine.
Falling asleep, just so you know.
That's fine.
You would? Were you not enough?
It's a little better now than it was when we first started.
Yeah.
It's not quite as hot, but I don't know why, but it is warm in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why his blood is in the garage and in her vehicle.
But it's
because she drove off in the pickup truck.
That's true. That's true.
And we have a prosecution here that's
That's true.
decent.
Yeah, yeah, they'll spell it out.
Refrigerator that I have is warmer than my chamber. What?
Just like right now.
I will tell them about the 520 snow.
What?
I will tell them about 520 snow. I forgot to do that once.
Although the blood
In
in
May,
the car
when we
and in the
had all that
garage,
snow and
I haven't seen come into evidence in this
where the
trial
courthouse
yet.
was closed, actually.
I just know about it because essentially of the defendant's messages is where that came from. So maybe she's assuming, and maybe that's not really their theory. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the candle video is available online. We played it yesterday.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, it's also sort of suggested that he seemed weak and unstable on his feet when he was getting into the truck. So that's kind of more in line with the idea that she started it then and then drove off to finish her dirty work. Remember, during all these phone calls, she hadn't gone to Florida yet.
Court will recall 20 CR.
Presumably Gannon's somewhere around in the
Letecia
area.
Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Before we start or resume playing the, before we resume playing the audio that we were playing just a few minutes ago, I know that there is perhaps a weather change that is on the way, and I wanted to let all of you know the best way to find out whether or not there's something that's going on with the courthouse 520 snow.
While the judge is
And
talking
it
about
will
that,
have
I
on there
have
if
weather
there's,
on my way, and
if the
hopefully the
courthouse
internet
is
doesn't go
closed
out
or if
here,
it's delayed, and
so
I
that I
don't
can bring the stream
anticipate
again
that.
tomorrow.
I'm just telling you, so that
Yeah,
if
when's that supposed to
it
hit? My
becomes an
coworker just
issue,
said something about.
I just got a warning on my
that's the
phone.
fastest way to
Oh.
find out.
Nighttime tornadoes. So
And
Nighttime
leave it at that.
tornadoes.
And I'm giving you that warning because I one time forgot to do that in a trial in May, and we had like, I don't know, 18 inches of snow overnight. And I was going, really? But anyway, so that's where and then I think
I
what we're
believe
going
he
to do is
did.
we're going to play. We've got about an
Sunday
hour
night.
of
Got some
audio
serious
left
injuries.
to
You
go.
can kind of tell he's
We're going to play about 30 minutes, and then we're going to
kind of
stop the
distraught on the
audio, and
video.
we're going to do sort of a 7th inning stretch and have everybody stand and stretch and things like that, and then we will finish out the audio. So, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. And just for record keeping purposes, we're playing People's Exhibit 35, which is that pretext call on February 13th, 2020 at 1:11.
The continuing
Yes.
35.
When Gannon and I left, we found someone in the neighborhood who was working for the Lorson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Lorson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emery Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for the company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I remember I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I was tens because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that the carpet person, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there. But I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was contract like part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
Okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, that's. Anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just that kind of worries me there. But go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like, how I am. I don't like have people having access to our house and stuff. But, whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Anyway, so back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. But like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight because everybody been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We got home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the whole crap is. Okay. Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
When we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point?
I had all this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT and I said, "Hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay?" And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went to arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay. So keep this in mind prior
There's a
to
sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So yeah, there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no
Oh,
sensor.
okay. Sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you could set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or you can set it to arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay.
So
All right.
keep that in mind, okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated. Gannon Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Gannon got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So okay. All right. So he's
Go ahead, ask
he's home with you now, is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, had wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on. Yada, yada, yada.
Yada,
So
yada,
I'm
yada.
in there. Gannon had asked me, you said that he could go with a friend. You then text me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back.
She's never been on
I
Peloton.
didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night, so I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it, because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon, didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and flopping and, doing his thing.
I don't know, but she's starting to hurt my ears.
Whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy.
Ma'am.
Because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. Next thing I know, I'm out. Blacked out. And which I told you this.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you clean? Is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No,
He's
The
sitting with
carpet was-
investigators.
I
They're trying
saw
to
it there
gather
when the police
information.
watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff, but I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because.
It's like laid out everywhere.
Right.
I just told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
You're
On
more believable
Gannon's
if you're
table,
louder.
which I'm sure that had to been if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
Yeah, he's doing good.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running, like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy.
Oh my God.
And I thought we were about to get robbed.
Why would you
I
get robbed
just
from the
remember
carpet guy?
bits and pieces
I
like
know.
that, trying to push him off. And all I remember now that I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And I don't, who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
She's
So who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like I told you the whole time, the
So-
truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing. There's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
Yeah, I ain't never heard it. The only Matt I know of is what's her name? Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle, and he would know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that 20 minutes ago or whatever, I just like I had never heard no Uncle Matt. So
she apparently might have
When
earplugs
I
in.
woke
actually.
up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he will be back later.
okay, like Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later.
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay, hit my head twice. Had to fight off some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay, I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you told me about, the Mexican guy?
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she, I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy, okay? I gave him the
He's
description of
working
that,
on it.
but to me, dark skinned, I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about
And-
Mike?
Right, and
Yeah.
at the time, it was a fight, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out first, and is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie. My body system was already weak because you know how it is in the first 4 to 5 weeks of being pregnant. That's my mind was completely fucking gone.
Oh yeah, she
And
lied
my
about being
mind
pregnant
jumped
earlier
up
too.
After everything. And I
Someone was
said,
asking me for an update.
okay, Gannon's going to be back. Gannon's going to
For
be
a
back.
review.
I paced up and down the stairs. During that
So,
time,
babe, hold on. Why did you tell me you got raped, and now you're not telling me you got raped?
you think I want to tell you what a man done to me?
I mean, what? But like
That's
that first day,
important.
I told you I would do everything and within my power to protect you and get you the help you need for that. But
And I went for
that's
that.
a key part of the story. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting it straight.
And I went for that. And that's not something that I want to be like. You think I want that blasted on El Paso News?
Okay, but this is me. I'm just trying to help you in this situation. Make sure you got what you need from that. But if I don't want to get you worked up. So go ahead.
She was never pregnant.
It is
Yeah, she was
been
never
hard
pregnant.
to know
She
that,
said
like,
she was,
somebody
but-
was there trying to hurt me and Gannon, and I'm getting knocked out of it.
I know. I
Trying to
understand.
fight for my body, trying to fight for someone not doing something to my body.
That's why I'm just trying to make sure I know everything that happened. Remember, this is about the truth. This is not about anything but me and you and the truth. So
And I can't tell people that because then they're going to say nothing to me, call me names, and you won't even want me.
No, they
why would
wouldn't.
I not
All
want you?
about her.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Tried. I didn't know what was going on.
His son is missing, and this is the way you
All of
act.
it was a blur
Exactly.
in and out, trying to figure out. I got up at one point and ran to the door and sent Lena away. Sure, anybody in a logical state of mind could have said, why didn't you give Lena a note to run to the neighbors? He knew everything. He knew everything about us. He knew our names. He knew where we worked. He knew where Harley worked. He knew where we drove.
So back up a second too. So just because I want to know about Gannon's well-being too, we already covered what happened to you, but you're
Yes,
saying
back
that
to the
initially you
crux
told
of
me
the
Gannon
matter.
got beat up and he took him away, but you didn't say that this time. So please tell me.
Gannon jumped on his back. Like when he was trying to hurt me, Gannon jumped on his back. And that's clearly what I told the detective.
Okay, so what happened to Gannon in that instance? Because I got to know that.
I don't know. I just remember Gannon was on the other side. I was on where the door was at.
Okay.
Gannon was behind me on the floor and was crying. And
Was he bleeding or anything? Was it like?
Know that if he was bleeding or anything.
Okay. All
I
right.
just remember all I could barely see what was going on.
Was there any blood on the floor after you got? Do you remember anything like that?
When I woke up, there was no blood anywhere. I probably went at the second time. So when I ran back upstairs to send Lena away.
But earlier she
and
said
I
there was a bunch
Lena,
of blood she had
please
to
go
clean up.
get Harley pulls up. I says, Harley, please take Lena to Dollar Tree. And they're like, okay. I said, please take them now and get these items. Exactly
So
what I did.
did Harley notice that you were distraught or anything?
Harley was, she was just looking at me like, what in the world? I said, please just go get the items. And Harley was like, what are they? I was like, carpet spray for the dog smell and the carpet powder for the dog smell. And Lena and Harley left.
Okay. All right.
Because I didn't want Lena and Harley to come in. And then you got two more people involved in this.
I turned the court feed
He's
down a little bit so it wasn't so
downstairs
piercing.
I don't know what in the hell is going on. I'm freaked out like if I'm in some Lifetime movie, and no matter who I call to say anything to, they're going to do me just like they're doing me now.
What are you talking about, woman?
Came back downstairs.
Do me like they're doing
Came
me
back
now.
downstairs. Tried to plead with him about what was exactly going on. He had Gannon wrapped in his arm, like his arm around him, and was saying,
Tisha, hold on just a second. I'm trying to understand. So,
Yeah.
oh my goodness. So you're downstairs and all this is going on and the guy is downstairs and you send Lena away? You come upstairs and send Lena away while the guy's still downstairs?
It can't be the first time he's had to deal
did
with
you
her
want
in this
Lena
way.
to come in and be there too?
No, I'm just trying, babe, I'm just trying to understand everything because some of this is new information for me that you didn't tell me initially. So I'm just trying to process.
You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me sit there and talk to you.
Okay.
You treated me like a criminal.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand it. So I'm just trying to sort through all of it. So keep going.
Well,
Thank
it
you
wasn't
for
wrong.
clarifying though.
She absolutely does think she could talk her way out of it.
You tried over it.
What's wrong?
No one's believing my lies.
You tried so hard to do what?
I was was trying to protect everybody, but I couldn't get back up the stairs. Once I
I don't know what he
Lena
does
go,
now.
I
Or
don't
actually,
know
he's still
why I
in the
couldn't
garden.
even like figure out like what to do if I ran outside the yard. What was I going to do?
So this was, so you sent Lena to the mailbox or you sent her with Harley? Did
I
it?
sent her to the mailbox, and then
Okay.
Holly gets there, and I sent Holly a message, and I sent Holly a message like quickly and said, please get Lena as soon as you get back and go to Dollar Tree. I'll explain later.
Oh, so you sent her a message and then went back downstairs?
Right, because I was trying to check on Gannon.
But I thought you said you saw Harley when she got home.
I did. I sent her a message to let her know they both. Lena pulled up. Lena came up.
Okay.
I sent Lena to the mailbox. Holly pulled right up. Look at the camera. Since your neighbor has every fucking camera footage, he should be able to see that they came up.
Oh, she already
and
knows
I
about the
freaking sent them
camera.
right away.
Well, I'll probably have to pay him another $5,000 to get him to do that. So I don't think that's going to happen.
What?
It's bullshit, ain't it?
It's not funny because he did get paid.
No, I'm not. It's bullshit.
Did he really get paid $5,000 to turn over the camera?
I went back downstairs and I'm like trying to figure out. He's just telling him that he had a new family and like all kinds of things. And I'm sitting there trying to grab Gannon. And next thing I'm on the ground again. And you can't overpower someone when they put their fingers on your mouth.
And this was in Gannon's room again?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No one tried to help. No one cared. People treating me like a criminal. When I came through, I woke up. Whatever I could say and look around and think, I thought I was in a dream.
Yeah, and that's the underlying
And I was
question.
up.
Does she know right from
And
wrong?
Gannon was gone.
And that was the second time you went downstairs and he hurt you.
Second time he hurt me, and once I woke up from that, Gannon was gone.
Okay, so you blacked out again, is what you're saying.
Yes, because I
Okay.
had several times, because I was trying, what I was trying to do, I was trying inside the closet, our closet door in there. I was trying to get in there, because I was like, man, there has to be something in there that I can just like swing, whatever.
So now
I
she's
didn't know how to
attacking again.
use the freaking big gun, so if I'd have left out from sending Harley and Lena away, I didn't know how to use your big gun, like the assault rifle. And my gun wasn't in the spot that it always was, because you know why? My gun was already in my car.
But babe, I'm just trying to understand here. You told me initially that the gun was in the house and that he grabbed it or
Black gun. He had your black gun. Yours.
he had my little pistol, right?
The black one, yes.
Okay, all right. Because I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought initially you said your gun. That's why I was confused.
No, my gun was outside.
In the car. Okay.
Your black gun. That's why I was terrified. He knew everything about us. He was threatening us. Every single thing. He knew what kind of car that your mom had drove there and stayed there the whole time in a rental car.
Hey, when did you bring your gun back in after all this happened?
You told me to go get all the guns together.
No, that was when I was collecting them. You said your gun was in the car.
No, Albert. On the phone call with me, you said go check and see and be accountable for all the guns. When I told you
Yeah, because you had stored them downstairs in those. My gun was in the. I don't know about yours, but my gun was in one of the totes. Remember, you had put it there.
because the lady was babysitting.
Okay, so the guy had the gun and he put it back in the tote?
No, he didn't put the gun back in the tote. The gun was left there.
So you put it back in the tote?
Gun was left there. Gannon was gone. And it was like I thought he was hiding. I legit thought I was in complete shock and thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay.
I even mentioned to the girls, I go, because I was shocked, culture shock, thinking, what the fuck happened? Oh my God, like, I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I didn't get the time to even go through any of the emotions of it all to think what happened, because all I could immediately do was go into like the defense mode of being like, oh my God, Okay,
He's
get
a
the
good
girls out
father.
of here. Okay.
He's trying
Gannon's
to
gonna be
get
back by the
some
time he's supposed to be
information as
back.
to the location
Because
of his
in the
son. He
end,
knows
when
that's what's
Gannon was
important.
leaving, I
He's
remember
doing
him
good.
asking him, was he gonna take him to Uncle Matt's house? I remember that being blacked out. So Gannon freely went with him.
I don't even know
I don't
if
know
she's
Uncle
listening.
Matt. I'm not fucking crazy.
So he left with Uncle Matt in a car or something, or in a van, or you don't know?
That's why he left in. I just know that the whole thing started to add up.
They're making everybody stand up.
No, oh yeah, because it's so hot in there. They want to take a break.
You don't want anybody falling asleep now. Like,
Yeah,
I
she
love-
just said it herself. Yeah, she's not effing crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's parts where she had so much detail. And then when she says, well, I don't really remember what happened, and when it came to like the whole attacking scene.
Yeah, selective
while this
memory.
is going
That's
on, you
such
can,
a
as I said during
red
jury
flag for
selection,
me.
if some of you need to, you can stand, you can stretch, you can do what you need to do, and that's okay. So
He did catch her in lies
Right.
over the years.
okay, yep. Let's
But
go ahead
they
and start
were
anyway.
sort of, I don't know. Apparently, they didn't throw up any dangerous red flags, just maybe self-serving red flags, like the whole pregnancy thing where she claimed to be pregnant with twins, the sexual assault.
Gannon kept going outside with some gate. Gannon had to be talking to somebody outside of that gate. I begged the fucking El Paso County police officers to find anything on that side of the house where Gannon might have went out at night talking to whoever it was. Any cars that was parked on that side of the house. Nobody helps me.
Okay, so I'm trying to this is what's bothering me about this part, and I want to be real with you because we're trying to work together on this. But I went and asked all the neighbors myself, like cameras in front of our house, to the side of our house, everything, to look and see if Gannon left the house anywhere from like 2 to 4, 4:30, anything like that, and no cameras have him leaving. So I mean, I don't.
What kind of cameras? Are they like Rogers that run 24/7?
Yes, like 3, 4, 5 of the neighbors have those 24/7 cameras, and then some are like ours, which are motion censored.
Okay, which ones? Because we need to know which direction that their cameras are pointed in order for that to happen.
Okay, well that's something we
Trying to
can
figure out
look
if they
into.
got dirt on her.
Okay, that's something we need to look into. So either they went out the front, I'm assuming, right?
Not the front door.
So what the garage?
I would say the garage or either out the back door because Gannon had the gate code, like the key. And he kept going out there with this key or trying to unlock it or keep it unlocked with this key.
Okay, hold on. So I understand. So now Gannon, with all this going on, Gannon tells the guy there's a key to the gate, and then they get and bring the key back in the house?
No. Did you listen to my story?
Yeah.
That's right. Gannon kept going outside with the gate. I'm thinking that the gate was automatically left unlocked.
She's trying to hide.
Oh, okay. Did you lock it back before I got home?
No, I didn't lock anything.
Okay. All right.
I didn't do anything unless they locked it or the police locked it because Harley said the police put cameras in it and locking it.
Okay.
Locking everything up.
We can find that out. Maybe the police locked it back up. So fair enough. So that's just all that kind of is blowing my mind. You know, he wasn't seen leaving. The key to the gate was in the house. The gun was where it's supposed to be. I'm just trying to figure it all out, Tisha. That's all.
We all are.
The gun wasn't where it was supposed to be because I put the gun back in when you told me to collect them.
Okay. Well, hopefully,
Upstairs.
they got my gun now, so hopefully they can get this Mexican guy's fingerprints. So.
Yeah, would be perfect to me. It's nothing but from day one.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to get. So get all them this information. You know, I think the FBI is in on it now. So we're trying to get them all this information. Look for a fingerprint on the gun. You know, maybe they haven't looked there. Looking for a fingerprint on the lock of the gate. You know, stuff like that as the little things that they may have missed. You know, during this process.
Sorry,
Why would they have not have done that? And maybe I'm just upset by this because I feel like they barked up the wrong tree for 2 fucking weeks, Albert.
It's been 3 weeks almost, Tisha. Yeah,
This
I
is
agree.
the fact that
I
she was
agree with
asking
you.
about the
I'm
cameras
as frustrated
makes
as
her very
anybody because I don't
lucid,
know
right?
anything. And
So, do you think I did this?
Tisha Stauch, I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to help you. Okay, I'm trying to help you get the truth out there. But you've got to tell me the truth. Okay. I know.
Here's what I told the police. The only difference is I thought it was the carpet person, but once I went around because I was freaking out trying to figure out, I was like, if I could go get this fucker and bring him in, and I drove through the neighborhood, the description that I gave El Paso is exactly what I saw. But that is not the exact description that I gave of this carpet person. So my point behind that was, I don't think it was the carpet person because I eliminated him because he didn't have craters on his face.
He did or didn't? So, but let me. Well, hold on. You know what? Something. Remember how? Oh my goodness! Thinking back to this whole that trip you made for the bike. You
He's
never found
definitely
the guy,
reading
right?
notes from the investigators.
Yeah.
The Craigslist guy.
Started looking creepy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't think that this Craigslist guy had anything to do with you? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm freaking out. Sorry. And you don't think that Craigslist guy followed you or just found you? Maybe you told him, "Hey, I'm driving my husband's red Frontier, and I'll meet you there," or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of anything.
Okay, so let's say it's him. What I don't like is that people are sitting here saying, well, there's nothing
He's
that
like
shows you
completely
guys
turned her back on the
leaving.
jury and everything
If there's nothing at this point in time, it's starting to get dark. Because in case you didn't know, in Colorado, it's getting dark around that time. Okay? There has to be something that points to that direction that shows any shadows, movement, anything. And if it didn't, it was because the ring sensitivity didn't pick it up.
All right, so listen, I want to be clear with you that I don't give a flip about social media. You know that. I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there, so I don't know what these people are saying. So let's me and you focus on us getting to the bottom of what's going on. Okay, let's try to block out that other stuff so we can get the truth here. Man, this Craigslist thing is really driving me nuts now. Do you think that when did you go? What was the time frame you went there again? You went to Dunkin' Donuts, right?
It was whatever time they had me on footage. The first time at Petco.
Oh, at Petco. So after that is when you left.
Because I went back to Petco to get more clothes.
Okay, so you went. So then when did you go back to Petco after the Craigslist trip?
Did she say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. And you said the guy was already in the house before you got there, you think?
When I got there, the guy was most definitely in the house or had already been in the house waiting or whatever it may be, which is why I thought it was the carpet guy because that was the person that I gave the garage.
Yeah, you gave the garage code to him. Yeah, right.
The more I laid and the more I slept and the more I kept worrying about it and thinking about it and yada, yada, yada. Gannon kept having his room door locked. I was even so terrified to think that this person even spent the night in our home.
Oh, you think he was there the whole time?
I don't know. Do you know how worried I've been about this?
I know, that's freaking me out because remember those other stories you were talking about people coming in the back door and stuff while they thought people were away? I've been going through all that in my head too.
Albert, I've done nothing but look. I have this book right here. You can hear it. It's like of all anything and everything that I thought of that might have been out of order. That
so maybe
I don't want my life back. You think I don't want my family back?
I know. Trust me, me too.
I'm tired of being betrayed.
I want my stepson back.
Okay, but you got to help me because I'm trying to sort through all this and put a good timeline together so I can tell this. Somebody reached out from the FBI and I'm trying to tell them a timeline of what I know.
Oh, she's gonna hang up.
Right, I'm trying to make sure they get the truth the first time. This lady that called me. Okay, so.
people not going after this? Why?
I don't know. Maybe the FBI is. I don't know. That's not. I know they're doing everything they can. Maybe they've missed some things we don't know. This is something you told me that first day that I'm trying to figure out when did you do the. Right, you said you cleaned everything up.
Cleaned everything up.
Yeah, from Gannon's room or wherever you got. Somebody did bad things to you or whatever.
I was just talking about like the clothes I had on and like shoes and stuff.
Oh, so you just changed your clothes and then threw them away like you said, and whatever Gannon had on, you said you threw that away too?
They got that out of the back of the trash. It was a shirt that he wore that was burnt and stuff like that.
Oh.
That's what I meant, like cleaned up. I didn't mean like clean up anything bad or anything. I'm just saying like I didn't want to keep that stuff on and call and believe.
But you told me that first day you cleaned up the whole area because you didn't want Lena to see it when she got home. That's what you told me.
Yeah, my clothes and my underwear. You want me to really go in depth about that?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make you relive anything that happened to you. I'm just trying to. There's just some truth that I'm trying to find about. I mean, if something was cleaned up or something, then I don't know. Maybe.
Whatever you're trying to say to me, don't just be honest.
I just don't want the police to miss anything else, okay? I mean, we think they've missed all these other pieces, and then, I mean, if you cleaned up something that could give them DNA evidence on this Mexican guy, then we need it.
Took my whole DNA from this. They wouldn't let me pee. The hospital bill that I sent you was the whole kit on my body.
She's just saying what she wants.
Tell me,
to
why
say
did you tell me? I just don't understand why you told me you cleaned up an area, and then now you're telling me you just changed your clothes. That's.
When you're talking about cleaning up the area, I'm talking about from Gannon. Like Gannon had from his burn marks, there was blood on the wall and on the light switch.
So you cleaned up whatever Gannon's stuff, what blood or whatever was, right?
Prior.
Oh, where was that at?
In his room when he woke up Monday morning.
But like where? But where in his room? You did say the wall because he had he was wiping his fingers on the wall or something.
I don't know if he wiped his fingers on his wall. I just know his arm probably hit the wall when he was asleep.
Oh, I got you. Okay, all right. So you cleaned that up, okay? Because I never saw that. That's the first I heard of it. So you cleaned up wherever his blisters or his burn mark hit the wall. Did you clean something else up?
Light switch from where he touched it.
Oh, but that was after you showed it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, you showed it to me and Lena, and then told me that he was picking his fingernails so bad that he bled so bad. Remember?
Yes, he did pick his fingernails.
Oh, okay. So he picked his fingernails and he picked. I'm just trying to clarify. Picked his fingernails and his blister or his burn mark or whatever.
What do you mean? Gannon picks everything that's open.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you acting like you're got me on some trial with this? He picks his fingers all the time.
Babe, because Babe, you're absolutely right about that. But I don't know why you feel like you're on trial. I'm talking to my wife, trying to figure out the truth. And like I told you before, the truth hasn't always lined up. So I just want to find out all the details so we can find Gannon. That's it.
I gave you every detail. But you're coming at me saying, I thought you did this afterwards. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Right.
Gannon has huge nosebleeds. Did you tell him the nosebleeds from your truck is from Gannon?
When did he have a nosebleed in my truck?
Oh my God, don't even play. It's been there since Alaska. And the top part of your truck, you have his hands had blood marks on it from like a year and something ago.
Maybe. I'm not doubting you. I don't know. I just don't remember that. But that may have happened. I know he has had a nosebleed once in a while. I don't remember that in Alaska.
Nosebleeds are
but the question is, can she tell right from wrong? That's the underlying issue.
Every week or two. Every week or two, Gannon has a nosebleed. This is where I get angry. Like, people come up here and talk all this shit, and they don't even know him.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the people are saying on social media. I don't even bother with that. I haven't for a long time. But I'm just trying to All right. Can,
Say what you got to say, Albert.
I'm just trying to retrace some steps in my head. So the Mexican guy, did you see like anybody? I'm trying to think of this Craigslist. Did he have a picture, or did he like give you any information about him? Like, hey, I'm, other than where to find him at or anything like that. I mean, what was the framework of like how you set up that to meet him?
Everything is on my phone, Albert.
Dave, I don't know. I guess they got your phone. You keep telling me that, but I'm just trying to figure out how you went about doing this. So maybe we can, that freaking lady that called me bugging the shit out of me from the FBI, maybe that's something relevant. I don't know.
I reached out to him. They have access to my phone.
Okay.
On my phone, I click the Craigslist thing, which generates this whole like number, something, whatever the email they do to protect the people that are selling. I have all that and access to my phone for that. I have limited access because a lot of my stuff didn't load. A lot of it weren't backed up. My emails weren't backed up. My notes weren't backed up. The only backed up when I logged in to the icon that it let me in temporarily was
like one of a
pictures.
dozen too, by the way.
If they gave me my phone, which is mine, it would clearly have everything. And since they've done all these things, they should see this. They should see pictures of what I took with Gannon at home with me later. They should see all this shit, man. And it pisses me to fuck off that no one's even caring. Everybody's wanting to point the finger, but won't let me sit there and show you.
All right, Letecia. Okay. You told me to be straight.
I got you on the phone, and I'm trying to sit here and tell my own husband every little detail, everything. You think I don't want my family?
All right, Tisha, listen. Like I said the whole time, I'm just trying to help you and trying to keep you and Harley safe from all. I mean, these people are after me now. I don't know who the hell it is, but like I said, I had to go get my clothes changed and everything just so I can blend in better. And I want you to know that no matter what, we can work through this together, and I can help you, okay? But you just got to let me help you. But you told me to be straight up. I got a very straight up question, okay? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Did you kill Gannon? I need to know. I need you to answer me yes or no right now.
I killed Gannon. The answer is no. I can't believe you asked me this.
I just got to know you. I told me to be straight up. I got to know what's happening to my son.
Tell me why you would think I killed Gannon.
There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, being straight up again, you changed your story again to me for the fourth time.
That's not it. She thinks she can talk herself out of it.
You did. This is the fourth version of the same story, okay?
Wow.
Like half of what you told me today, the cut foot, and now he's got burned arms and picking it, and his butt's bleeding. All this stuff is new to what you told me the other day. And the other day you told me you cleaned up the area where you got raped so nobody would see it. But now you told me you just changed clothes. I just don't know what the hell's going on.
I didn't tell you. First off, you never even listened to me about anything that went on.
I did. No, you stopped because I listened to you. I listened to you, and then I went and got the guns and put them in the truck, and then I came back and listened. Me and Landon listened to you. Then I stopped and picked your story apart. So get it straight, Tisha. I listened to you, and I said, if I'm wrong about the rape, I will get on my knees and beg you for forgiveness. Did I not say that?
Yeah, but you haven't.
Exactly, because I haven't been proven wrong yet. I want the truth. If I'm wrong, if the police, no matter what they're doing, the FBI, the CBI, the CBS, whoever, okay, if they tell me I'm wrong, I will publicly, in front of the world, get on a camera and tell you I'm sorry. But until that happens, we're going to find the truth.
How can you tell me that someone didn't come? I don't understand. How can you tell me that someone didn't do something to hurt me and take Gannon?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you it hasn't been proven one way or the other. You said you banged your head on the freaking table. Now I got to tell them to go check out the table and see if there's any blood or any of your...
You knew that. They had already asked that.
Okay, but that's the first I heard of it. You see what I'm saying?
You never would talk to me. You literally just sat here in a conversation and asked me, did I kill our child?
Yes, I did because because if you say no, then I can't. I'll stop thinking that you did it. Okay.
That's horrible.
I don't know what to think. My son's blood. You're telling me his blood's all over the walls, and now you're telling me the Mexican guy that had the gun to your head or whatever took him away, and he knows him, and he could be anywhere.
Hold on. Gun. So where did you get that piece from?
That was what. So now you got me twisting all your stories up because that was from the first time you told me the
Yeah, I
rape
have no
story.
idea what she said.
He had a gun to your head. And you told me it was your gun. You told me, but you told me it was your gun. So that's fine. I'm not debating the points here. But
I said the black one.
okay.
No, I'm surprised.
Okay, fine. But I mean,
The defense is not objecting. They probably did this.
You know in your
pre-trial
heart I
motion.
would never hurt Gannon.
yes, I absolutely
witnesses'
believe that.
statements
But I'm
coming in
doing
on
everything
this
I can to help you right now. And if you, but Tisha, listen. Tisha, listen. The thing is, if you don't, but it's not just. I asked you if you killed him. You said no, and I'm sorry. That was a hard question. But if you know anything, or you did anything, or just upset about it, we can work together, and I can help you. But I can't help you if you don't tell me anything. It's just there's so many unknowns, Tisha.
Oh my God.
I mean, did anything happen that was an accident that you're scared about?
Really?
I'm just trying to, Tisha, you know, with my Army training, I'm trained to ask all these questions to get us in a safe place, right? And that's why I took the guns out from the get-go. That's just my training kicking in.
Oh my God. I really thought, like, I thought out of this conversation, like,
Because
I
you
really
walk
thought you
away
were
out of
going
it.
to be supportive of me. I thought you were going to bring your family back together. And I thought that we were going to talk about everything every single day of nothing but Gannon.
That's what I'm trying to do.
For a second, you would ask me, did I kill Gannon? I can't believe that.
Well, I'm glad you said no. That gives me a lot of hope and peace.
How dare you? Jesus Christ, woman.
You told him about maybe, just maybe, you might have a brother. Maybe. We talked about, we cried about Kobe. We did a lot together.
What?
What hurt Gannon?
Okay.
Dog.
Okay, Tisha, let me ask you this way then. I don't believe you killed him. But did something bad happen to him and he maybe he is dead or not with us anymore and you just panicked and didn't know what to do? I mean, is there anything like that? Just any information is what I need. We can help you. I can help you get through this. But but we got to know the information about Bubba. I mean, just think of,
Do they call him Bubba?
yes, I'm just trying to figure out what happened to him. He's gone and nobody knows anything, but you were the last one to hear him speak. Okay, which was Monday when you were driving around and he left the house. The last time we heard him speak, I don't know.
It's not at all for Gannon.
I don't know when that was. Before I left, probably.
Or
When I left and he went downstairs to watch Pokemon. That's the last memory I have of him.
Now, but let me tell you something. People don't
Yeah, she did say no.
have the life that I have. People don't just be a normal person,
That was written down by a cop.
just doing their thing, finally have what they want to do and be in the sky working. Oh, they don't do that. People premeditate things in life. There's no sign or indications of anything that I would have ever hurt those children. I fought for you. I fought for them.
Yes, you did. You fought for all of us. You're right. I'm not questioning any of that, Tisha. I just did an accident happen? I mean, other than the candle or the burn? I don't know. I'm just trying to ask all the questions.
I've worked with children long enough, Albert. If an accident happened, I'm smart enough. I know what to do. I've had plenty of friends who've been in situations where they've been in the classroom. They accidentally dropped the kid. The kid might have broke their leg. You go to the people, you tell them it's an accident, and you work through it.
Okay, so all right, you also said something
Maybe
that
that's what you should have
was
done when you injured
calmed
him
my
in the
heart,
first place.
Exactly.
tremendously about Bubba. That basically you didn't premeditate
She's mentioned
anything.
it twice.
So whatever
think she has
happened to
a
him had to
suspicion.
be an accident, just like the candle. And obviously you wouldn't plan on something like that because you're a teacher and you do all those babysitting events. I know you wouldn't hurt kids intentionally, but whatever happened was an accident, and I know you didn't plan it.
I didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you saying this to me?
So he would have had to have died naturally then. Other than,
He's dead.
I don't know, Tisha.
I can't even believe you are saying that. Gannon is alive. What's wrong with you?
Because it's just none of this makes any sense. I mean, he would have been found by now. Okay. He didn't. All the cameras, all that footage shows him not leaving the house other than in the truck. And I like I said, I'm just trying to help you get through this.
Help me?
Yes, help you. Because
help me get through this.
Because I am trying to help you. I want to know what happened to Gannon and try to help you and keep Harley safe in everything that I've said the whole time because that's who I am and you know that.
See what y'all think. This is what y'all think. Y'all think somebody's gonna come in here and say something just to appease everyone. A true person who is completely innocent. Y'all can keep beating me down in the ground all you want to because I didn't do it.
I'm not beating you down.
You think you don't want me anymore? Fine. You don't want our family anymore? Fine. You took my car. You took everything.
I didn't take anything. They got all my shit too, Tisha. I got 2 cars now because Harley's not going to pay for it. I got 2 cars I got to pay for that I can't even see or touch.
I'm begging you.
No, she hasn't. That I know. So
Every day, Albert, why are you not with your wife? If you want to be so honest and ask questions, why are you not with your wife and daughter?
because I'm going to tell you the truth right now because of this conversation, Tisha. I don't know, and I've told you that the whole time. I'm confused. I'm all over the place. I can't get the truth from you or the police or nobody. And now it's just even worse now because I got another story I've got to try to make a theory from.
Another story? You have never talked to me.
But you just told me. You told me a few minutes ago we went over it. You told me the first story. No, first you told me he ran away. Then it was the rape story. Then it was the second rape story. Now it's the third rape story.
I can't believe you just said the rape story.
I'm just. What do you want me to call it? The story of Gannon disappearing. Okay, you told me the first version of that, the second version, and now the third version.
You a second person.
Yes.
You sit down and talk to me.
No, that day that I got home. No, the day I got home, that next morning after my mom and sister and Landon and everybody was at the house, you told me you were texting Bethel and you told her the story. I don't know what you told her, and I kind of don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't even care. No.
It's all there.
As where?
My God, I can't believe you're lying to me right now.
About what? I'm not lying to you about anything, Tisha.
Albert, they had y'all at the police department when I was there.
Oh, you mean when Landon showed up and then they brought, I was already there or whatever? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I know. I don't even know when you're there. I just assumed you had finally come in that night. Or was it the next day you came in? I don't even know, Tisha.
You were there because she was talking to you there.
Who was?
Bethel?
She was talking to me at the police station?
Yes.
Honestly, most of my talking was with Mark, the other guy that was at Starbucks. So I don't know what you mean she was talking to me. I think I might have talked to her for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Did not tell you anything different. This is how my day went. I was going to lay down.
Hey, Tisha, I believe you. Okay. What I want you to answer.
He doesn't want to hear it again.
Simple questions.
Did Gannon die and you just freaked out, or was there an accident involved? Did you kill him? Answer all those questions. Those are the ones that I want to know. Okay, I don't care about who talked to who, when we went where. Honestly, at this point, none of that freaking matters. What matters is that little 11-year-old boy is either out there or he's not, and I got to know that. And you're the only one that has any information regarding that.
I tuned out.
Information.
I'm gonna go to the chat for this question.
No, but you ignored my question. I mean, answer those questions for me.
That's the first question.
All right. Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon die on your watch, whether it was an accident or naturally from some injury?
No.
Okay. Did Gannon have an accident of a serious nature and you freak out and cover it up?
No.
Me too.
So the answer is to no to all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is going to be very uncomfortable for you, even more uncomfortable than what I just asked you. Did Harley kill Gannon?
God, no.
Okay. Did she, any of the same questions, did she have anything to do with an accident, a cover up? Was she involved in this at all with you?
No. I haven't been involved either.
Oh, she
get
walked
that
herself
in.
out of that one.
So there's a blank somewhere that you have not filled the blank. So.
How have I not filled the blank?
It's.
You
I don't
you
get the
don't think for a
reference.
second that
So I don't know if
someone
it's
came in the house
inappropriate.
and took Gannon? You don't think that?
I don't doubt that. I don't know what to believe, but I'm not doubting you. I'm just having to ask all these questions. So, you know.
I begged you. I said, hey, let us all be together. Look at me in my eyes and ask me that question. Feel it in your heart and then ask me that question.
This might be the first time you've seen her in person.
But you gotta look at it
January
from
27th,
my perspective.
2000.
Okay, first of all,
This is-
and I got a couple things to say, so let me get through it. These stories, just like I've said the whole time, they don't sound legit to me. They just don't add up. They're not true. Something is off from every story because there's different versions. So that's number one. Number two.
I've only talked to you once.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But you got to put yourself in my shoes. Okay. What the hell would you do if this was Harley? Okay. And you didn't have all the information. How would you put all these pieces together? So, I mean, you got to look from my glasses. How am I supposed to put all these pieces together when I don't even have a third of the pieces? I'm just trying to find the pieces, and get them together.
You want me to answer that question?
Which one? The one about what if it was Harley?
Yeah.
Yeah, answer that question.
Okay. So as soon as you tell me this, when I get off this phone, I will have my husband and my children together in a home, and our houses will be praying, and we will be on the phone with the detectives, and we will be saying, listen, I support my husband, and we need to find someone over here. Somebody had to see something. Ask them again. Do something. We will be putting a fucking alert out everywhere. We will be putting a description out everywhere. We will close the fucking borders from Colorado to all of them, up and down 95, because it leads to fucking Mexico.
95? What?
That shit.
Why would
I'm
you?
sorry, 85, whatever.
85?
Call 25. This
Oh.
state it leads to Mexico.
Well, you please be careful when you say those things, because then they're going to start looking up and down 95 on the East Coast. Okay.
Sorry.
And that's not going to help us. I mean, since you know he's not over there, that's not going to help us if they get sent over there. Okay. But you didn't answer my question. How am I supposed to put all these pieces together? You're telling me let's go home and pray, and I've been praying I've been praying nonstop. Okay, but we got to have action too. So here, listen. I got to go because now I'm freaking. Everybody's going to start questioning me at the house. Where have you been? What are you doing? Are you involved? I'm going to get all those questions now. So
Who are you staying with?
Uncle Jeff, and then freaking Veronica and all them that are all over the place. Okay, so
Why would you have to be anywhere near them?
I don't have to be, but you saw we had to do. Listen,
And your daughter.
Tisha, listen, I had to do these statements and interviews and all this shit. It's just nonstop. Every day is something else. Okay, so if you think all this information is what they need, apparently the El Paso people haven't done their job and they haven't forwarded it to the FBI. So I don't know. There's some Amber lady called me from the FBI, and I'm going to just email you her number and her name. And if you want to pass this information to her, that's much higher than the freaking CBS or whatever you call.
Yeah, because they called everyone I know.
Okay, well then that's what.
You can tell them too.
Okay, but I don't have the document you have. So anyways, I'm just going to send you the contact. And if you want it, you take it. If not, I can't make you do anything. But I got to go. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not how you would say trying to find your son. You would not say, if you don't want to do anything, then blah, blah, blah.
No, that's not true because I can't. I wanted you with me the whole time and you left. So I'm going to give you the information you need to pass your stuff along, and then you can do that. Okay.
Listen to me. We don't have anywhere to stay. I'm asking you to stay with your wife and daughter, and let's do this together. Now, you tell me no if you think that you don't give a shit about us and you don't want that. You tell me no right now.
Tell you no.
You tell me yes. If you want your family together because you believe
I
me.
wanted my family together. Listen to me. Listen to me. I wanted my family together the whole time. And listen, I
don't think so.
You're not letting me help you. So I recommend
mom's
that
in
you
town.
get in contact with this Amber lady because she
Bio
offered
mom's
me
in town
help
as
and
well.
safety because I told her what I was going through. And I'm sure they'll do the same thing for you, especially all that you've been through with you're telling me about the social media stuff and people chasing you around. You said in the email. So I'm going to send you her contact information. Okay. And then you decide whether or not to contact her to find protection for yourself and get them this information, okay? But I gotta go, okay? I gotta go, Tisha. I gotta go.
The question.
What question? I said I wanted you to be together, but I gotta go, okay? I gotta go. Bye. Bye.
Welcome back. You just came to the tail end of crazy ass phone recording.
Yep.
Are they going to play them all? He introduced so many.
Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Was that him? Aw.
No, he didn't adopt Harley.
Thank you, Judge. At the time
She
of this
didn't
call, Mr.
Gannon.
Stauch, did you know the defendant's location?
I did not know, sir.
You can move that microphone closer to you if you want to, so you don't have to lean over.
Yeah, the chair doesn't move. Everybody makes that mistake, but the microphone does.
Thank you.
At the very beginning of that call, it seemed like there was a disconnect where the phone dropped or something like that. During the process of these recorded phone calls, was that common to happen where for some reason the call would drop and then either you or her would have to call the other person back?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was. And yes.
There were some references in there where you said you were feeling heat and that you went up up on the north end to buy some, I think you said redneck clothes in that. What did you mean when you were saying that you were feeling heat and that you had to go buy some redneck clothes?
So much of this call and many other calls, I was trying to, if you will, stay in character, just keep her on the hook. So saying things that I knew that we had joked around or talked about in the past. I did, in fact, go to Bass Pro Shop and buy some additional clothes because at one point I didn't have all my stuff out of the house, and I needed some additional things just to get by. So it was kind of telling her actually what I did, but also using something from our past to keep her on the hook. So,
and in that portion of the conversation, you said you hoped that you would run into her while you were up north. For context purposes, had the defendant told you that she was staying with somebody up in the north part of El Paso County?
She did. There was some story. I don't remember the specifics, but yes, she was up there, and that's why I referenced that. When I say she, I meant the defendant.
Okay. And but you didn't have any independent knowledge whether she was up north in El Paso County or someplace else, even in the country?
No, sir. I had no knowledge of her whereabouts, period.
She mentioned in that phone call about Gannon stepped on something in the garage and cut his foot on the boards and got blood on the boards.
Yes, I heard that.
Can you describe for the jury and what boards she would be talking about and where in the garage those boards might have been?
So as you saw in a photo, the garage was pretty messy, but there was, depending on what project I had going on, I would stash boards on that.
Do I have a limit on
looking
Facebook?
into the garage on the left-hand side. I'd lay them down so she could drive over them. When she parked her car in the garage, I just ran out of room as I had projects stacking up and whatnot.
And just so we're orienting ourselves correctly, when you say looking into the garage on the left-hand side, you're talking about from the street.
From the
looking
street
in.
view, yes, sir.
Yep. Was it common for Gannon to take out the trash, as was referenced in that phone call?
Absolutely. That was one of his chores.
Where was the trash? Where would he take it out to?
So once again, from the street view, the gate that was referenced numerous times was to the left of the garage. And so he would typically go out the back door, through the backyard and then around the house to the trash can, because the gate we kept locked typically.
So let's talk a little bit about that backyard. Was it completely fenced in?
Yes, it was fenced in all the way around. Yes, sir.
What kind of fence did it have?
I believe it was a wooden fence. I think, yeah.
Was it short fence, tall fence?
It was like a maybe 6 or 8 foot privacy type fence all the way around.
Okay.
And joining, the neighbors had joining sides, so there wasn't 2 fences. It was just 1 fence on each side and the back that joined the neighbors.
How many gates in the backyard?
Just the one on the, as I referenced already, the left-hand side looking at.
It's good to know. I'll have to deal with that going forward.
There was reference to a key in that phone call as well, a key to the gate.
Yes, sir.
Did you keep that gate locked, closed?
Yeah, we kept it locked. The only time I really remember unlocking it on a regular basis was to cut the grass in the backyard.
Hopefully
Where
they're
was
done
that key normally kept?
5 o'clock.
I had a
local
little
time.
basket of just whatever, just doodads on top of my dresser or somewhere in the master bedroom, and the key would be in there. It was a couple keys on a keychain, and I kept it in that basket.
Was the lock on the hopefully I'm going to describe this correctly when I'm asking this question. Was it a padlock, first of all?
It was.
Was that padlock on the outside of the gate, meaning closer to the street, or on the inside yard part of the gate?
For instance, if Gannon were to unlock it, he would have had to go through the backyard and access it from the backyard side of the gate to unlock it. He could not reach over from the front yard side. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, so just so we're clear, the lock that is locking the gate is on the inside of the yard.
Yes. Yeah, on the backyard side. Yes, sir.
How tall was Gannon?
Oh, I don't remember right off the top of my head. Approaching 5 foot. I don't know if he had hit 5 foot yet. Is it in that range?
I guess just to really drive home this point, maybe unnecessarily, but was he tall enough, or did he have long enough arms that he could reach over a 6 foot fence and unlock the gate?
Yeah, let me reiterate. I just mentioned that a second ago. He could not open the gate from the front yard. I mean, if he was standing on a ladder or something, but standing on the ground, he could not. He was not tall enough to reach over and unlock it. He had to go from the back.
Could you even?
I think I could, or pull myself up far enough to get it. I'm not sure, but I don't remember ever doing that because the lock was a little bit, it hung a little bit lower. It wasn't at the top. So.
Okay. There was mention of Kobe. Who is Kobe referenced in there?
Kobe Bryant. He died, as many of us know, he died on that Sunday, which I think would have been the 26th. And I think it was in the phone call, I said, she had sent me a text message about it right when I landed at the airport in Lawton, Oklahoma. That's what I found out.
Okay. So she had sent you a text message in reference to Kobe Bryant dying in that helicopter crash.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what that reference is to.
I forgot about that.
There was reference of bath salts.
Oh yeah, me too.
Tell us about the bath salts. What was that reference in regard to?
So, some years ago, bath salts became kind of a recreational drug or something. I don't know much about it. I don't think that's the same bath salts as you put in your bathtub. I'm not 100% sure, but something came up in a text message thread where I referenced earlier about a friend on the bus, this new friend that I'd never found to exist, but he said Gannon could come over and play if Gannon were to bring bath salts with him or some drugs or whatever. And that's where the bath salts were introduced into the conversation. The next thing I did was ask Tisha to get, or the defendant to get all, we had some, household bath salts. I said, get all those and put them up just in case.
Put them up for what reason?
In case that story was true.
But put them up so that maybe Gannon couldn't get to them?
Find them, or Gannon couldn't get them or whatever.
Okay. There was a reference by the defendant to, the way I wrote it down was the Douglas County thing, basically. Were you aware that there were searches happening up on the northern part of El Paso County, southern part of Douglas County line?
Yeah, at some point, I don't remember the exact date, but I know the search moved into that area because we were, I and those around me were following the news pretty closely, and getting most of our information from there.
So, to your knowledge, the fact that there was a search happening up in that part of the state was actually being broadcast on the news.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That's where you learned it.
Yeah, that's where I learned it. I think also in those pretext calls, that area was mentioned to me at one point. No specifics were given, just had you ever been through that area or whatever. So
based on her reference, did that indicate to you that she also had learned that there was a search happening in that area as well?
I don't know if in that moment I put it together and, immediately following that phone call, I think somewhere
Yes,
down
on
the line,
March
I put it together
20th.
that, she must have
It's like 2 months.
put those
2
together,
months later,
seen the news
under a
as
bridge
well
in Florida,
and brought that up
in a
because of that.
suitcase.
I'm not sure, Mr. Allen.
And then the comment that she makes
that
close
the
in
father
time to that
identified
comment
as being a
about
suitcase
Douglas
from the
County,
house.
is that y'all are barking up the wrong tree.
Yes.
In your mind, was that her trying to move the investigation away from that area?
Objection calls for speculation. Made.
Who was Uncle Matt?
That's the first, I think I said that in the phone call. I've never heard of, I brought up the defendant's sister's ex-husband or ex-boyfriend or something. That's the only person I could think of the name Matt that could have been referred to as an uncle. No other person that I've ever heard of.
So when she said Uncle Matt, that is not a name that you knew about?
No, sir.
Obviously, it sounds like in that phone call, there was a range of emotion happening on the defendant's part, especially. Was that range of emotion consistent with her personality the way you knew it?
Absolutely.
In that particular phone call, did she ever change her persona or identity as you were talking to her?
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled.
I was going to say,
In
yeah,
that phone call,
one
was your
should be
question?
good.
Yeah,
In that call?
yeah, Mr. Allen, in that phone call, I only ever was talking to the defendant.
You mentioned in that phone call, these people are after me now. What did you mean by that?
Absolutely nothing. Just, there was a statement just to put myself in her shoes as well. Once again, try to keep her on the hook.
Okay.
I don't know.
And again, with this question, I'm not gonna ask you to.
He actually said
opine
what
on
he
the ultimate
does.
Question as to the purpose of this trial.
Someone said he was an MP.
But you made a comment,
an
I don't
officer
believe
of
you
some
killed
sort.
him. Was that a question again that you were asking to keep her on the hook and keep talking?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. What about the idea that you made mention in that phone call about even you were not getting truth from her or even the police? Was that again another one of these references to you trying to keep her on the phone and keep talking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little bit of both. I felt I wasn't getting truth from her, but she was saying the police aren't doing their job. So it was a little bit of both.
When you had custody of Gannon and Lena, when you were still married with the defendant, would the kids sometimes go visit Landon, spend time with Landon?
Yeah, there's scheduled visits, holidays, summertime, I don't remember the exact schedule right now, but.
The defendant have like a dance party when the kids would leave, indicating she was happy that they were no longer in the house.
There was one or two times I remember her and Harley, or excuse me, the defendant and Harley having what I call a dance party. This would have been when we lived in Myrtle Beach when I did not yet have custody. So it was like weekend visits or whatever after they left.
And then I think it's clear based off of the context of the way that call unfolded. But did this call occur before or after Gannon's remains were found?
This was before.
Okay. Judge, the next portion that I intend to get into would be
Me, voice-wise?
which is about 37
I don't know how
minutes
my voice sounds.
long. So I'm wondering if we should potentially.
Yeah, council approach for a moment.
Okay.
Sounds like they're probably going to break for the day. It is almost 5 o'clock there. And I think that's when this court breaks for the day. I don't see why they would carry it on any longer. They've got a number of days. They've got a number of witnesses. This guy's not done today. He's going to be on the stand most of the day tomorrow, I would imagine, for direct examination. Still, I don't even know if they'll get to cross tomorrow. Somebody called him Albert. His real name is actually Eugene, which I like better, but he goes by Al, apparently.
Yeah, I think the judge said that they're gonna end at like 5 every day.
Yeah, so they should be ending shortly. And I'll try to remember that I'm at an 8-hour limit on Facebook, so maybe I will break up the streams.
Yeah, probably for lunch. Just
Yeah, I'll just end it and
break
start
it
a
up.
new one. And then
Yeah, I'm
then we
not
don't have
getting
an issue.
crazy from her. I'm just getting like she got caught in a sticky situation. She's just trying to talk her way out of it.
Yep, that's what I got. Yeah, they did. They entered 12 calls or something like that. It was like a dozen recordings that they went through. And they said they're going to play them all. This apparently was the longest one that they went through.
All right,
So,
ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, we're going to
I have
break.
some good news and some bad news. And the good news is that the other phone calls that I think are going to be played are not as long as the first one. The bad news is that we have about 20 minutes, and I don't think we can efficiently use your time. But I also think that we've had a long afternoon, so I think that probably everybody could use a break early.
Yes, I've been sitting here a lot too.
On track. We are still moving things along. The lawyers are, I think, doing their best to try and move things along.
Thanks for joining me,
Sometimes
guys.
things just take longer than what they think. Sometimes they go faster than what they think. So I apologize that we cannot efficiently use your time today, but I think it's probably good that everybody has a break.
All the Facebook people
So
are.
we're going to end
Glad I-
early. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do
Hang on,
not
you're
discuss the
breaking
case
up.
with anyone else. Do not do any investigation about any aspect
I was
of the
just saying
case.
I love the Facebook.
Remember to avoid
Yeah,
any
they're
stories
great.
or opinions from anyone regarding this matter. And if we can have everyone where they need to be so that they can meet Mr. Combs in the morning at the usual time, and then we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock and go from there. So with that, and the 520 snow, I don't think you're going to
And
need it
thanks for
tonight.
being so nice, guys. I like you.
But we shall see. So if that's an issue, that's the best place to find out. But other than that, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, sounds like they really don't have any other stuff to talk about.
No.
So, how do I do this? No, that's not you. I can't do it with just two people. Okay. Anyways, we'll let it sit there just in case they do talk about something else. Military occupation specialist. All I heard is that he's in the National Guard and he's full-time. So, that's what I heard. Yeah, so tomorrow, probably the same time, 10:45-ish. I'll put a stream out there. And
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Stauch, you can go ahead and step down. Can you give me a preview of where we're going tomorrow?
So it's going to be similar to today with the phone calls. Obviously, I admitted a bunch of those phone calls. We're not necessarily playing all of them with Mr. Stauch on the stand because there are other people involved with the process of recording those phone calls.
Okay.
So we'll have at some point down the road a different FBI agent for a portion of them, and then a second FBI agent for another portion of those phone calls. We also have some people.
I think the ring is perfect.
Oh my God, I know. She looks like it over there.
We have two people from the Pensacola area that are actually I think maybe are here now.
Okay.
That were involved with the discovery of Gannon's remains down in Florida.
And that's what you anticipate tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
All
they're
right,
probably going to finish up with that then.
Is there anything else we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay. All right, then we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Nice.
All right, that is it. It looks like my stream has cut off. They closed down the WebEx, so I do like to leave it up just in case somebody says something stupid in court. Oh no, we're done. Okay, damn it. All right, well, I'm I'm not going to necessarily sit here and recap it. However, I'm very curious if anyone wants to do a little sleuthing. Did the neighbor actually get paid $5,000 for the footage, or did he just tell her that? I want to know. So that's everyone's homework assignment for tonight.
That's crazy.
I think he probably just told her that. I can't imagine the guy would have charged $5,000 for this. But all in all, a normal prosecution. It's kind of refreshing to see it. So thanks everybody for listening. Please like and subscribe. Tell your friends. I did see a statistic in my analysis or my analytics on Google that 60% of my listeners are not subscribed. So please subscribe. That would be great. Helps me with the Google gods. We're almost there to what I want to try to get to is 1,000 subscriptions. So hopefully we can do that with the stream. This is going to be a lot of days. So I really appreciate it if you guys could share this around and subscribe. Anything to add, Jamie, before we go for the day?
And make sure you play his videos in the background so he gets his watch hours.
Yes, go to sleep with them. Yes. And Nicholas
I've been doing
too.
it in the morning before your stream for you.
Oh, thank you. I've been doing it with Nicholas. I've been playing his. Well, actually, I've been listening to his videos. He's got some good ones out there, and he might come on. I don't know if he's terribly interested in this case, but otherwise, I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night.